Next 2 days is going to be action-packed with 3 very distinct meetings. From my side, I'd like to say that we are incredibly happy to have all of you at this meeting. Today, the meeting of Council, tomorrow, the roundtable discussions, as well as a very special meeting that Council will have with the heads of the West African region of Commissioners and Directors General. I look forward to a very good discussion for this council meeting. There are some important decisions that we have to make. Not many, but they are very important. For this meeting, we are also joined by guests, Commissioners General, some former members of Council, which the Chairman will welcome as I introduce the Chairman. We will also be joined by the Executive Secretary of the West African Tax Administration Forum, Ataf, later. And we are also joined by a number of country correspondents and members who have been participating in Ataf for many, many years. It is good to see, for example, Mr. George Obel from Kenya here. He's been one of the first chairs of our committees. I think, George, around 2011, 2012, in those years. And then we have some other stalwarts of the organization, Mr. Malamin Jata, Mr. Laban from Zambia. Very pleased to have all of you. The Chairman will welcome the council members, but there are those who have coming to their first physical council meeting here, including John Muzunguzi, Jean-Claude from Burundi. It's really good to have you here, but I will leave the Chairman to welcome you. My duty this morning is to hand over the chair of the council to the chair of the Ataf Council, and it is my privilege to firstly thank you, Monsieur le Président, pour votre bon réception et votre hospitalité. It is also my privilege to offer you the congratulations on behalf of everybody in the room and the organization, if I may. Our chairman, about a week ago, achieved his doctorate degree in management, successfully defended his doctorate degree, and will be known as Dr. Philippe Chodi. It is therefore my privilege to introduce the chairman of Ataf, Dr. Philippe Chodi, to chair the meeting. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur Logan. Cher ami, Monsieur le secrétaire exécutif, pour ces mots très amicaux et très plaisants pour moi et pour notre institution. Avant toute chose, je voulais dire combien le Togo est honoré d'accueillir cette réunion du Conseil à Lomé et dans ces beaux locaux de l'hôtel de 2 février. C'est la toute première réunion du Conseil de 2008 et 2022 et nous sommes particulièrement heureux à Lomé d'accueillir cette rencontre. Monsieur le vice-président, qui doit normalement être connecté en ligne, s'il est connecté, qu'il fasse un signe pour qu'on puisse le voir. Donc j'ai nommé Edouard qui n'a pas pu assister à la dernière minute pour des inconvénients indépendants de sa volonté. Je remercie donc, il n'est pas connecté, donc je remercie sincèrement le secrétaire exécutif Logan, donc le vice-président Edouard qui devraient être connectés. Et donc, je souhaite la très cordiale bienvenue aux membres du Conseil qui sont présents dans la salle. J'ai nommé M. Pascal du Rwanda. J'ai nommé Jean-Claude du Burundi. J'ai également nommé M. John Musing de l'Ouganda. Il a rappelé que M. Jean-Claude Maniragiza du Burundi et John Musingisi de Uganda participent pour la première fois à la réunion du Conseil. Nous les souhaitons la très cordiale bienvenue dans cette réunion du Conseil et nous espérons bénéficier de toutes leurs contributions à l'accroissement des travaux de ce Conseil. Soyez les bienvenus. Je souhaite également la bienvenue à ceux qui nous ont connectés en ligne et ceux qui n'ont pas pu faire le déplacement, mais qui sont représentés ici, à la place de M. Gambi. Gambi n'a pas pu faire de déplacement, il est remplacé par Essa Jalon. Vous soyez les bienvenus à cette réunion du Conseil. Également Mozambique, la présidente n'a pas pu faire le déplacement. Elle est représentée par Augusto Polo Tachenridua. Soyez les bienvenus. Également le Kenya. Notre ami n'a pas pu faire le déplacement. Il est représenté ici par Dr Edouard Karandia. Soyez les bienvenus à cette réunion du Conseil. Également, virtuellement, tout à l'heure j'ai vu le Maroc. Le Maroc, comme à l'habitude, elle nous a toujours accompagnés dans toutes les réunions. J'ai nommé Madame Léla Bencher Kroum, que je vois en train de sourire. Soyez la bienvenue à cette rencontre, à cette réunion importante. Et je n'aurais pas oublié la Zambie. La Zambie nous est représentée par Ézéchiel Firi. Soyez les bienvenus à cette réunion du Conseil. Comme vous le savez, nous avions traversé l'office toute la communauté. Nous venons de traverser la période de crise sanitaire de Covid-19 qui a particulièrement impacté nos activités et celles de l'Ataf. Et malgré ces crises, nous avons pu constater lors des dernières réunions toute l'énergie qu'a consenti le secrétariat exécutif pour être à la hauteur du plan de travail qu'ils avaient à exécuter pendant cette période, qui trouve ici les chaleureuses félicitations et encouragements du Conseil. En même temps que cette crise tend à partir, mais qui ne part pas puisque l'impact il est là. Edouard, le vice-président, aurait dû être avec nous aujourd'hui. C'est justement à cause de cette crise que malheureusement Edouard n'est pas ici puisque Ok. Donc, Edouard n'a pas pu être là, mais elle est représentée de l'Afrique du Sud. Elle est représentée par Yolani Wande, qui est connectée en ligne. Qu'elle est la bienvenue à cette réunion. Nous la souhaitons les fructueuses délibérations avec nous. Et donc, je disais qu'au moment où le Covid partait, il y a en même temps une seconde crise en Europe entre la Russie et l'Ukraine, qui est mondialement très loin de nous, mais que nous sommes persuadés que ces activités ou tous ces événements auront un impact direct ou indirect sur nos activités, que ce soit nous-mêmes directement ou à travers nos partenaires qui participent au financement de nos activités. Donc il est encore plus important de constater que les réunions du Conseil en ce moment préparent la deuxième décennie de l'Ataf. L'Ataf, lors de sa première décennie, comme nous l'avons bien souligné et constaté lors de nos différentes activités, a mené des réalisations exceptionnelles. Mais les prochaines décennies est en train de prendre forme lors de ces réunions du Conseil et surtout lors de l'Assemblée générale qui aura lieu très prochainement cette année, en octobre prochain. La préparation de cette décennie se dessine lors de ces réunions du Conseil. Et donc, nous souhaitons à chacun et chacune d'entre nous de belles contributions à ce que nous puissions positionner définitivement l'Ataf sur l'échiquier continental dans ces missions comme nous avons voulu ou comme l'a voulu les pères fondateurs de notre forum. Pour les travaux de ce jour qui ont lieu à Lomé, je rappelle que le dernier conseil de l'Ataf a eu lieu le 28 octobre dans la ville de Cape Town, en Afrique du Sud. Pour les réunions de cette année, nous aurons à délibérer sur les points extrêmement importants que je vais rémunérer. C'est de revoir le comité de travail de l'Ataf et examiner les recommandations faites lors des réunions des 10 comités. C'est également examiner l'état financier vérifié de l'Ataf pour l'exercice 2021. Nous aurons également à délibérer sur le rapport annuel de l'Ataf. Et nous aurons à examiner le budget révisé de l'année 2022. Et comme je l'ai souligné, nous projetons des préparatifs de l'Assemblée, de 7e Assemblée générale de notre organisation qui aura lieu en novembre prochain. Sur ces différents thèmes, nous souhaitons à tous et à tous de fructueuses délibérations. Je vous remercie. Maintenant, je voudrais vous proposer l'ordre du jour de cette réunion que voici. C'est section 1, l'adoption de projet de l'ordre du jour que je suis en train de vous présenter. 2, adoption du procès verbal de la réunion du 28 octobre 2021. Le point 2, je pense que chacun a l'ordre du jour en face de lui, c'est examen des points d'action découlant de la réunion du 28 octobre 2021. Le dernier point de cette section, c'est le rapport du secrétaire exécutif. En section 2, nous allons parcourir les différents rapports des comités. D'abord, le rapport du comité des finances et audit. Ensuite, le rapport du comité de recherche et de renforcement des capacités et d'assistance technique. Et en troisième point, le rapport du comité gouvernance et développement organisationnel. En section point, nous aurons à examiner les questions de fond, donc qui seront présentées par le secrétaire exécutif Logan Wolf et qui tournent autour du programme de partenariat Ataf Afrique et des préparatifs à l'Assemblée générale et des points divers. Voilà les propositions que je soumets à votre intention. Vos commentaires et observations sont les bienvenus pour l'amélioration de cet ordre de jour pour la réunion d'aujourd'hui. Commentaires, observations. Burundi.
Pas d'observation.
Donc, vous appelez à adopter l'ordre du jour. C'est supporté par par le Rwanda et la Gambie. Donc, Burundi propose l'adoption de l'ordre du jour supporté par le Rwanda et la Gambie. L'ordre du jour est adopté. Nous passons au point 2. C'est l'adoption du procès verbal de la réunion du 28 octobre 2022. Je prierai si le secrétariat exécutif peut nous aider à présenter l'ordre du jour le rapport de la réunion du 28 octobre 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, we have in front of us the minutes of the meeting of 28th of October 2021. I would assume that you have read those minutes, so I would ask from every page whether you are in agreement or want to make any corrections. Thereafter, the chairman will ask if you adopt the minutes, after which I will report on the actions. So I take you to page 1 of the minutes. It has the names of the delegation. Any comment? Page 2. Page 3 of the minutes, dealing with the adoption of agenda, review of action points of the previous meeting. On page 4, the Executive Secretary report and the report of the Governance Committees. First report on page 4. Any comments, questions, corrections? On page 5 of the report, dealing with the Finance and Audit Committee. Page 6 deals with the Research and Capacity Building and Technical Assistance Committee and a report on Ataf in the new decade. It continues on page 7. Any comments, any corrections? Then on page 8, the meeting minutes reflects on the donor meeting agenda and the preparation for the annual conference and then the closing. And on page 8 is the final page of the minutes. If there are no corrections or queries on it, I will request somebody to propose acceptance of the minutes and second it, and then we will proceed to the action list. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire exécutif. Commentaires, observations sur le rapport du Conseil du 28 octobre 2021. Je ne vois pas. Oui, et Rwanda.
Je propose l'adoption du rapport. Merci.
Donc, le Rwanda propose l'adoption du rapport. Nous suivons également ceux qui sont en ligne. Hein? Oui. Il est soutenu par le Burundi, Mozambique, Uganda, qui soutiennent l'adoption du rapport. Nous remercions le secrétaire exécutif et toute son équipe pour la qualité de ce rapport qui reste fidèle aux discussions qu'on a menées pour nous qui étions sur place ou ceux qui étaient à distance, donc qui ont été menées le 28 octobre à Cape Town. Et donc, merci pour la qualité de ce rapport qui reflète fidèlement les différentes discussions qui ont eu lieu à Cape Town. Je rappelle, avant de poursuivre, que cette réunion a connu des invités spéciaux, des pays que nous avons invités à participer à titre d'invité que nous appelons à titre pas d'observateurs, mais d'invités spéciaux. Parmi eux, nous avons le Sénégal, qui n'est pas membre du Conseil, mais que nous avions invité à participer aux travaux. Nous avons le Gabon, qui est présent ici, dont le commissaire général serait en vol, en train d'arriver, donc il y a eu un délai pour arriver. Nous avons le Nigeria, dont le président de CAT, de Commonwealth Association of Tax, qui dirige donc l'association des administrations fiscales du Commonwealth, M. Nani, qui est présent, mais qui doit nous rejoindre incessamment. Nous avons également la Côte d'Ivoire, M. Ouattara, le directeur général des impôts de Côte d'Ivoire, qui est arrivé, mais qui va nous rejoindre incessamment. Nous avons également le Ghana, qui doit être en route en ce moment, en train d'arriver. Le Bénin également est annoncé, et nous pensons qu'ils pourront nous rejoindre incessamment au cours de tes travaux. Les invités spéciaux dans le contexte de l'Ataf, c'est les pays qui ne sont pas membres du Conseil, mais qui participent aux travaux. Ils peuvent participer aux discussions, mais ne participent pas au vote, mais dont les contributions sont bien prises en compte pour enrichir les travaux du Conseil. Ils sont invités par le secrétariat exécutif en accord avec le président du Conseil. Voilà, s'agissant des membres spéciaux qui sont avec nous. Nous allons passer maintenant au point 2. C'est l'examen des points d'action découlant de la réunion du 28 octobre 2021. Pour les points d'action, nous avons au total 3 points d'action. Nous souhaiтерons avoir vos observations et commentaires sur ces points d'action. Je demanderai à M. Logan de bien vouloir nous les présenter et de nous faire les commentaires si nécessaire. Merci. M. Logan, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. There are 3 points, as the Chairman have said. The first point arising from the minutes relates to membership fees. The Secretariat was requested to work with the member countries to ensure the payment of membership fees. It is a discussion that comes up regularly in the Finance and Audit Committee. I am pleased to give the following report to this Council meeting. Our member countries have been cooperating with the Secretariat following internal procedures for the release of payments. These varies from country to country depending on the procedures. Where there are independent revenue authorities, the payments of membership fees is a lot easier because it does not have to go through the Ministry of Finance. Where the revenue authority is still a department under the Ministry of Finance, we find that depending on the budget process, the payments takes longer. So we have collected in the previous financial year 65% of our annual membership fees. This is on average less than the normal 70% that we normally collect, between 70 and 75. And this is attributable, amongst others, to the pressures related to the COVID-19 pandemic and the financial contraction of most African economies. However, I'm pleased to tell you that we have continued to support even those members who have not paid membership fees. For this year, though, we have raised for 2021 membership fees raised for 2021 was Out of the 40, 26 were paid and 14 outstanding. For 2022, the Secretariat, we sent out all invoices for membership fees. We followed this up with telephone calls, emails, meetings with country correspondents, and the Secretariat took note that there's been a change in leadership in some of the revenue authorities, and so some of these contributed to our difficulty in raising. To date, 13 of our 40 members have paid membership fees. We normally get most of the membership fees after June. It must be noted that for many ATAF members, the financial years end in July, so the expectation is after June, July, we should be able to collect most of the membership fees. However, it's important that this council meeting makes a resolution urging members who are not up to date with their fees to actually pay those membership fees. It has also come up as an audit query. In our auditing process, the Finance Committee will let you know, because the auditors are concerned about the fact that we are carrying over debt that seems from some members not to be paid. So that is the report on the membership fees, and I'm happy to answer any further questions regarding that, Mr. Chairman. The second area that I'm required to report on is that the Secretariat was asked to improve the presentation of policies to accommodate current trends and explanatory notes to Council. So we took note of this, and we are improving the presentation of policies presented to Council for consideration and approval. So what we did here, you will see that there are 3 committee reports, and out of those committee reports there are decisions that are required to be taken. So what we have done is we have attached the actual detail that was produced, given to those committees. We attach those reports for the whole of Council, so when we come to discuss those decisions, you would have received the full documentation that arises out of that point. The last point relates to the work of the Research, Capacity Building and Technical Assistance Committee of Council. And here we were requested to collaborate with members to expand the research that we are doing. The key issue here, members of Council, is the type of research that we wanted to engage in. Over the years, ATAF research predominantly was academic, long-term research influencing policy, continental and global, thought leadership and tax debate. What we wanted to shift to, and we have done so now, is to make research more applicable, more applied research that you can use tomorrow to increase your revenue, because that is what we are about. So we want to do research that says, how do you improve VAT? How do you broaden your tax register? What are the drivers of compliance? And so in 2021, Mr. Chairman, we produced 16 research papers, guidelines, toolkits, and policy brief and technical notes. And this resulted in more than 600 downloads of our research papers and quality assurance guidelines aimed at safeguarding the quality of ATAF publications. Owing to the impact of our research output in 2020, ATAF received expressions of interest from several international organizations, as well as academic and other institutions, to collaborate with research. Again, we were driven by the need for applied research, and some of these collaborations include that with the IMF TADAT Secretariat, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, with which we have a highly impactful 16-country study on tax expenditure, which we hope to conclude over the next 18 months. The Intergovernmental Forum, where we're looking at the impact and the improving of the extractive industry, oil and gas and minerals, and the taxation thereof, that we hope to guide our members with. Further, Mr. Chairman, we are also working with the University of Pretoria on the implications of environmental taxes and the opportunities for Africa in that regard. We work with the Tax Administration Research Center, the Global Tax Policy Center in Vienna, And we also received technical assistance requests in our own research methodology on the performance of tax administrations. And this we did in Angola, Mauritius, and also in Madagascar. So since 2015, the African Tax Research Network, which is an ATAF body, have been providing the platform for these debates. And later during the and tomorrow we will be launching the second of the we'll be launching the African Tax Outlook, and later in this month we will be launching the African Peer Review Tax Journal. So I'm pleased to report to you that during the COVID pandemic, the ATAF research ability, the African Research Tax Research Network and the ATAF Research Unit swiftly responded to the needs for workshops, capacity building and data collection, organizing a virtual conference where tax officials and government officials and policymakers as well as academics debated and shared good practices on fiscal measures to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. So those were some of the elements of research that we were required to look at. We now have two distinct research areas, I will explain later, where the applied research, which is functional research about actual domestic and international tax issues, will be one specific unit driven in the Secretariat, and the long-term academic type of research will now be located in the ATAF African Tax Academy, which I will explain in my report later. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Merci, merci Monsieur le Secrétaire exécutif. Donc, sur les 3 points d'action découlant de notre dernière réunion, dont le premier point relatif aux frais d'adhésion, le deuxième point relatif à la révision des politiques et le troisième point sur le programme de recherche. Donc, j'appelle à l'attention des membres du Conseil pour leurs commentaires. Mais en attendant, je voulais accueillir chaleureusement notre frère et ami Mamat Mani, qui est le président exécutif des services fiscaux fédéral des recettes intérieures du Nigeria et qui est également le président du Commonwealth Association of Tax. Et il est bienvenu parmi nous et je lui souhaite de fructueuses contributions et délibérations avec nous. Monsieur Mani, vous êtes les bienvenus à ce conseil. Merci. Donc sur les questions, j'attends les commentaires des uns et les autres sur ces programmes. Mais en attendant, Monsieur Logan, concernant le programme, toutes nos félicitations, surtout sur le programme de recherche. Et au Togo, ici, certains chercheurs sont intéressés par la revue de l'Ataf et la qualité que cela représente et surtout l'envergure continentale que cela revêt. Mais ils sont plus ou moins un peu... ils regardent l'aspect, la durée. Il semblerait qu'un article, notre revue apparaît une fois par an et que souvent quand ils soumettent les articles, il faut attendre beaucoup longtemps avant que l'article n'apparaît. Est-ce que quelque chose peut être fait à notre niveau, au niveau de la TAF, pour améliorer ces aspects? Sinon, c'est une revue bien appréciée dans notre espace ici. Mais pourrons-nous apporter encore des améliorations en plus de ce que nous avons déjà, comme vous l'avez si bien présenté, ce que nous avons déjà énormément fait dans ce domaine, comme vous l'avez bien présenté. J'attends toujours les commentaires des uns les autres. Donc, en attendant d'avoir d'autres commentaires, si Monsieur le secrétaire exécutif peut nous éclairer encore davantage sur le point que je viens de soulever.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we do have the African Multidisciplinary Tax Journal, which is the first and the only tax journal published on the continent. Most academics that deals in taxation on the continent publish in global journals. This is a totally African journal, and we have produced. There was not time at this meeting because we have 2 publications to launch. So we decided to launch the Tax Outlook tomorrow. So we will launch the Tax Journal. The Tax Journal is edited by a professor from Nigeria, and it is the 2nd year in which we are doing this. Now, by nature of the way these journals work, it is our capacity, because we're not by nature an academic institution. It is published once a year. And in order to have the quality of the academic accreditation that the journal requires and the respect, you have to have these articles reviewed, what they call in a double-blind process. That means that academics who receive these journal articles review these articles for correctness and quality, but they do not know who the writer of the article is, so that there is no way in which there can be any bias towards rating this article for a world-class publication. So that process takes quite a long time, and we are only, and whether it takes a long time or not, we are only really able to present the journal once a year. What we have done, however, is we have introduced the concept of what we call policy briefs. These are also research publications, but it is not academic research publication that is authenticated by academics through a double-blind process. It is functional research publications that we publish in a compendium of policy briefs that CGs, the research departments, and audit units can use on a daily basis. So we hope to be able to take the energy of those researchers around the continent that are interested in research work, especially in the area of data, statistics, and analysis. Dr. Ezra Majivanyika has been appointed as the head of our Applied Research Department, and we are hoping, together with the other people in that department, Mr. Frankie Mbuyamba, who is here, to further expand on the research, data, and analytical capability. And so we don't have to wait anymore only for the journal. There will be a compendium of policy briefs, data, and analytical papers that we can develop for functional use to be publishable by everybody throughout the membership, and you do not have to wait once a year. So I'm hoping with that we'll be able to increase the participation, Mr. Chairman.
Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire exécutif. Vous avez les encouragements du Conseil pour continuer à améliorer davantage ce programme de publication académique, puisqu'il est bien perçu et bien apprécié au niveau continental. Je pense que c'est une des valeurs ajoutées de notre organisation. Et donc le secrétariat est encouragé et amélioré à en faire davantage. Maintenant, j'attends toujours, je ne sais pas s'il y a d'autres commentaires. Je ne vois pas de commentaires. S'agissant des contributions, vous savez, tout le point 1, point d'action, prêt d'adhésion, les pays membres et les secrétariats doivent collaborer afin d'assurer le paiement des frais d'adhésion. Vous savez que l'indépendance et la force de toute une organisation est liée à sa capacité à s'autofinancer. Et donc, ces contributions qui témoignent notre volonté d'appartenir ensemble à cette organisation et surtout de mener des actions communes, nous sommes tous vivement encouragés à nous honorer de ces frais et surtout à encourager nos pairs des autres administrations à apporter ce soutien à notre secrétariat. Sur ceci, je ne vois pas d'autres mains. Est-ce que quelqu'un appellerait à adopter ce volet-là avant de passer à d'autres? Je regarde aussi sur l'écran le Maroc, l'Afrique du Sud, ainsi que les membres de ce conseil. Sur les points découlant de coulant, est-ce que les explications de mise en œuvre fournies par le secrétariat exécutif nous sont satisfaisantes? Ou il y a d'autres commentaires? Ou si c'est satisfaisant, est-ce que quelqu'un appelle à l'adoption? Le Maroc propose l'adoption soutenue par le Rwanda. Donc c'est considéré comme... Oui, soutenu par le Rwanda. Maroc appelé à l'adoption soutenue par le Rwanda. Merci à tout le monde. Nous passons maintenant à un point extrêmement important. Tous les points sont importants, mais celui-ci, le secrétaire exécutif va nous présenter donc le rapport exécutif, son rapport pour la période écoulée. Monsieur le secrétaire exécutif, vous avez la parole.
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to sit a bit higher so that I can... the seat is very low, so I will sit like this if it's okay with you. My dear members of council and observers, former chairman of Ataf, Mr. Nami, and all of the colleagues, it is my privilege now to present to you the report of the Secretariat for the work that we've done up till May 2022, and to invite you to ask whatever questions you may have, criticism you may have, and ideas you may have for us to improve the work. In the documents we presented to you is a report. I will not go through every page. I would assume that you have read it, and therefore there is a small little presentation on the wall. I hope those who have virtually joined will be able to see the presentation, Christine. They are able to see. Thank you very much. So what I will explain is our performance as an organization in 2022, 2021, and the first quarter of 2022. I will then go on to explain our Ataf partnership program on the African continent, and then some staff secretariat matters that we've been handling in 2021 in the first quarter of 2022. And that will be the outline of my report. So in terms of the work that we've done in the enhancement of tax administration, I'm pleased to tell you that on the left you will see our work in technical assistance, building skills and capacity. We have had 1,375 participants from 45 countries participating in our technical assistance programs in 2021. I should say that for the period of 2021, we have many people who have registered for our conferences, our meetings, and our activities online, stretching into a few thousand. What we are reporting is the actual skills and capacity training of participants from our member countries that participated in the skills and capacity programs. 45 countries participated. With regards to our international tax and transfer pricing work, the Secretariat engaged in 98 transfer pricing missions in 16 countries in 2021. And so far this year, we have done 25 transfer pricing missions in 11 countries this year. It's important to note that these missions are now possible so early because we are now doing them virtually. Firstly, because of COVID, but we also discovered that although it is preferable that we do this physically, a lot more is possible if we do it virtually. And you will see later when I give you some numbers, this has resulted in significant revenue increases for the countries concerned. We have also, Mr. Chairman, with regards to some of the technical committees, the technical committee has done 20 technical reviews for Ataf members to use in responding to the OECD inclusive framework proposed rules. This has got to do with the taxation of the digital economy and the global rules with regards to how to tax the digital economy. You will remember that that is quite a controversial issue with regards to the agreement. Nigeria and Kenya, for example, have opted not to join, and as Ataf, we have asserted their right not to join, and also fought very hard that countries who do not join not be intimidated, because it is a sovereign choice. And there are other member countries of Ataf that has not even been part of the process. We in Ataf, under the leadership of the chairman of the Cross-Border Taxation Committee, Dr. Nakanabo, who is sitting behind me, have been leading the delegation to the inclusive framework to fight for a better deal for the taxation of the digital economy for Africa. Was it not for our proposals, we would have gotten nothing. We did not get what we asked for. But what we did get is a lot more than we would have gotten if Ataf did not put those proposals forward. So we are continuing to work with our members who are in part of the inclusive framework and those who are not. And our support for Nigeria and Kenya in their decision not to participate remains very strong, and we are actively involved in both countries with regards to the taxation of the digital economy. In terms of short-term technical assistance, Mr. Chairman, in 2021, we received 86 technical assistance requests from 17 of our member countries, and we responded to 17 from member countries this year to bolster capacity and development in revenue. On domestic taxes, we have 23 VAT technical assistance missions in 2021, and so far 2 technical assistance missions in Ghana and Uganda, especially on the effective implementation of VAT compliance. So we continue to grow both our international tax and transfer pricing work together with our domestic tax work, and this domestic tax work will now be led by the new manager of domestic taxes in Ataf, Mr. Emeka Kwanko, who is also here at the meeting today. And if anybody wants to talk about VAT and domestic tax work, he is here to talk to you about that. On exchange of information, which is a very critical part of our tax work, especially in international taxes, we have exchange of information missions in 7 countries and development of exchange of information strategies. In 2022, we developed with our exchange of information strategy group. The chairman of the exchange of information strategy group is from Togo and is here in the meeting if anybody wants to talk about that. So, Chair, with regards to tax administration, this is where the emphasis of our work has been, and through this we have been able to add a significant amount of revenue, over $300 million just in 2021 with the work that we have done in those countries that we have assisted. With regards to our research, data, statistics and analysis, our work 2021 and this year has been that we've launched a data bank, an Ataf data bank that describes tax, administrative, customs and macroeconomic data for 35 countries for a decade that you can use in your analysis, whether it's revenue analysis, revenue estimation, or looking at what are the policy and administrative gaps. On the African Tax Outlook, we will be launching our next African Tax Outlook tomorrow. And Mr. Frankie Mboyamba, who's the author of that, is in this meeting today. The journal I have explained about earlier, and we are launching the second journal in association with Juta Publishers. And this journal is a journal that is published not only by African writers, but also Africans in the diaspora, and also non-Africans outside of the continent who are very active participants in the thought leadership of tax and tax policy. I must tell you, this journal is a leading publication that's increasingly taking traction around the world. It holds African views, which is not something that the world is used to. With regards to webinar, we held 13 webinars to support policy making and encourage peer learning solutions. And during these workshops, we talk about research methodology, learning solutions to enhance tax administrations, and we also some of the work done in our training department. With regards to broader research, I indicated that we did 16 research papers over the last 12 months in these areas: tax arrears management, in other words, debt management, tax treaties, ICT, environmental taxes, and the informal sector. Informal sector is something that's been with us for a long time. So every time we try and do new information about this, and if any of you have not seen the publications, please ask us about it. It is on the website, but we can make it available to you, because this continent is strong in the size of its informal sector and weak in its ability to collect from the sector. And we often confuse an informal sector with an illicit economy sector, and these are two different things. And we also find medium and small enterprises that kind of hides in the informal sector to get away from the tax net. And formalization is important, but you also cannot formalize a trading lady with fruit walking with fruit across the Ghana-Togo border, because they don't make enough to be taxed. So how do we distinguish between them? And that is what some of these conversations are about, Monsieur le Président. Our work on the African voice and in the broader tax policy space, we will discuss at the end of this meeting in the last item, so I won't go in very long. I'm pleased to tell you that we have gone very far in our official association with the African Union Commission, and we are now establishing an Ataf African Union desk in Addis Ababa. We will be seconding an Ataf Secretariat official to Addis, where Ataf will now be responsible for all the tax work that will be done by the African Union. It is a milestone. It is something we've been working on for almost 8 years, and I'd like to thank Deputy Executive Secretary Mrs. Mary Baini for all her hard work in achieving that. You will hear later on that the African Union has now established a subcommittee on tax. They established that simply because of the work that we did. And Ataf is now officially the technical support for the African Union on its subcommittee on tax. With regards to further work on the African Union, on the issue of the digitalized economy, Ataf did not go to the OECD with a proposal alone. We took that proposal, after discussing it with Council, we took it to the African Union and to a meeting of the finance ministers of the African Union. And they supported the submission that we have made to the OECD on the taxation of the digital economy, Mr. Chairman. Sadly, not many of our ideas were taken, but those that were taken represents improved revenue where this was not possible before. Then, in terms of standard setting, providing thought leadership and influencing global standards, we participated in 36 standard setting meetings, which led to substantive tax reforms globally and within the continent. So our work on the as champions of the African voice on global tax is very strong. But we are in a fight where developing countries in general and African countries in particular own a very small share of the global economy. The developed world, the G20 and the G8 countries are very, very strong in protecting their taxpayers and their tax base, and we bear the brunt when they fight us on withholding taxes, when they fight us on the tax treaties, when they fight us on introducing stronger transfer pricing and trade mispricing legislation. These are battles we're going to have to fight if we want African countries to get a bigger share of global tax. Then, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to talk about some of the administrative matters in my report. And here we're talking about the financial sustainability. With regards to the work that we do, I've given you an idea. With regards to the financial sustainability, there's some positives and some negatives. On the one hand, you would have seen that a significant amount of members, 35% to be exact, do not pay membership fees. We cannot not help these members, but we need to find a way in which members contribute to the functioning of this organization. We cannot sustain ourselves only on donor money. Secondly, South Africa, as the host country, their contribution alone is almost equal to the total contribution of all the other members. We believe that if there are more stronger economies that can contribute to the extent that South Africa does or more, South Africa in return for that support gets, for example, a permanent seat on the council. We could discuss whether other members who give at a certain level could get such a seat. We can look at permutations. However, we need a stronger contribution from members in order to sustain this organization. We do have increased donor interest in our work because we are a successful organization. Switzerland shared with us that they get 7 times more out of every dollar in donor money that they spend on Ataf than what they get to anybody else that they give money to. So for every dollar, 7 times more value. That is really great, because I need to tell you that Ataf has not, other than the private donors, Ataf has not approached any donor over the past 12 years. In most cases, the donors approach us because people follow success, and with your support, we are able to do that. So we are doing a long-term donor proposal for more donors because our program is expanding, our new decade program. And in this regard, Council, you will be invited to a conference with donors in July that we are setting up. We are drafting a donor proposal. We are in the final stages for the funding of Ataf for the next 10 to 15 years. We will share that with the Finance and Audit Committee and then with the whole of Council for a donor conference in July. We need to revise the membership fee structure, and we must also look at the development of a framework for voluntary contributions by members and partners. So we're working on that for your adoption. We must develop guidelines on donor and voluntary contributions and grant engagement and the management of our donors. With the appointment of Vasha Singh and Leila Kitui to the International Partnership, Strategy and Donor Department, they are here in the meeting. Our relationship and standing with donors has considerably increased, and we already have very strong commitments from Switzerland for the next 4 years. Denmark is coming to the party, and our existing donors have recommitted their support to us for the next 3 years. And that is very good to report. However, our financial sustainability cannot just depend on donors. A key part, Mr. Chairman, of our work in terms of financial sustainability is our relationship with the African Development Bank. We believe if we can become the implementing agency of tax reform for the African Development Bank, we will earn enough money through that not to need any funding. The African Development Bank spends money on private tax reform consultants to help countries. Those consultants do the same work that Ataf does for free. Most of the members prefer Ataf must do it, not these consultants. And so we are talking to the African Development Bank for us to become the agency, and instead of paying the private consultants, to give the fee to Ataf. So we are taking on 3 or 4 of those countries in a pilot program sometime this year. We are also on regionalization. We are on the Ataf Tax Academy, which I will explain later. We have taken all our training, our research, our academic research, and the research network, and we are launching later this year all of that into what we call the Ataf African Tax Academy. And that academy will be offering online training programs, face-to-face training like we are doing, blended training, which is a mixture of online and face-to-face models. It will also own the tax administration library, the tax network, and the tax journal. That academy will offer training courses that are both accredited and non-accredited. Whilst we will no longer be offering the executive master's degree in taxation for the foreseeable future, we will be working with universities to offer a master's degree based on a framework that we have developed. Just yesterday, I had a telephone call with Mr. Awa Fall from ENA, École Nationale Administration in Senegal, who is really keen to continue the work on the executive master's degree that we were running with ENA for 2 years. And so we will be continuing that conversation. Ataf won't be offering that degree, but the universities themselves can offer those degrees in association with Ataf. So that's the work on the regional capacity building. As you can see, we've trained all of these people, and especially attendance of Lusophone and Francophone countries have increased to 49% from 2020 to 2021. That is very important because Ataf has got this image of an English organization, and we do not want that image. And I'm very pleased that this image is increasingly changing. And also, we have developed an executive management programs for senior managers in tax authorities. I don't want to take too long. I think I'm taking a bit long, but our African experts that we are using in our technical training program has grown, and we're the biggest provider of experts from Africa in technical training. Other institutions outside of Africa are now increasingly using the experts that we have prepared to work in these countries, because our country members want Ataf and African experts to work there. So I'd like to thank the countries where these training events were delivered with the 32 experts from the 17 countries. And there's the names of the countries and that you can see there, including Benin, Kenya, South Africa, Tanzania, Madagascar, Niger, Nigeria, Uganda, Zambia, and so on. And so this is my report. The rest of the detail is in there. I would invite you to note, make any comment, any criticism you may have, or any idea that you would like to give us. Mr. Chairman, it is my privilege to present you with this report. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire exécutif. Donc, nous venons de suivre de façon très claire, très pertinente, les principales réalisations et les principaux résultats sur la période jusqu'en avril, jusqu'à ce mois d'avril, et les défis et perspectives que le secrétaire exécutif vient de nous présenter pour notre organisation. Vos questions, commentaires sont les bienvenus pour améliorer les actions de notre secrétariat exécutif. Je laisse donc la parole à celui qui veut apporter un commentaire, poser une question ou apporter une observation. Oui, Uganda.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, the Executive Secretary for the Ataf Secretariat and the entire team for the excellent work that you're doing. My name again is John Msinguzi from Uganda. Let me start, Chair, by appreciating the work being done by the Secretariat and for convening this meeting of Council, where we have the opportunity to exchange some ideas. My comments, one is on the issue of funding for the work of Ataf, and I think it was highlighted both in his report and in the earlier minutes. The low payment of the membership fee by the members. And this is not just a question to the Secretariat, but maybe also to us as members, to understand why us as members, we are not providing the necessary support for the Secretariat to do this work. or even doing it last at the close of the financial year? Is it a problem of not being able to raise the membership fee, or is it a problem of not prioritizing it? Because whereas the Secretariat is doing an excellent job, even in mobilizing donor support, Chair, I would like to think that for the independence of Ataf and for the independence of Secretariat, it's important that us as members, we be more committed to funding this to maintain our independence, because there will always be areas when our interests clash. So when interests clash and they clash with your major donors, how do you move forward? So I'd like to ask, and maybe it could be a question of putting penalties in place for members that don't contribute and by a certain time, because it's also very typical of human beings that what you don't pay for you may not value. And that's just a thought shared for the members, but also for the Secretariat, on how we can improve compliance and support from the members themselves. Then the donors and other friends could add on to that. But also, Chair, this is built on the fact that Africa's challenges are many, and the solutions should come primarily from Africa. We have common challenges, common resources, that we need to bring our efforts together in solving, but also sharing information. My second point, Chair, is on the area of technical support, and I'd like to appreciate again the Secretariat for the support they give us across the continent, because this goes a long way in building our capacities to rise up to the mandate. So Chair and colleagues, the idea of having a tax academy where we maximize this technical support building, and we also maximize the skilling of our staff to match the skill level that is in the market, or that is with our taxpayers, is a very, very important idea. So, Chair, I wanted also to ask the Secretariat and us members to work quickly on bringing this to a reality, because the truth is that for many nations, including my own Uganda, there's a real skill gap, and I think a tax academy running intense programs in tax administration will be a game changer. So I wanted to hear more about that, on how far we've gone and when we think it can be realized. But the online trainings and other short-term technical support that we are receiving at the moment, we appreciate it very much. The full-time tax academy, I think, would be to take it to another level, and we look forward to that. Thank you.
Merci Uganda. Est-ce qu'il y a un autre commentaire avant de passer la parole? Un autre commentaire? Zambia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me also start by introducing myself. I'm Ezekiel Piri, representing the Commissioner General for the Zambia Revenue Authority. I also want to re-echo the appreciation of the work being done by the Secretariat. It's indeed a very good work. I appreciate the elaborate report that has been presented by the Executive Secretary. I have one main area where I would like to make a comment and seek clarification. That's on the issue of taxation of the digital economy. I understand from the Cape Town meeting, and as elaborated by the Executive Secretary in the report, there's supposed to be a common position for the Ataf members on the taxation of the digital economy. But as you may understand, Chair, most of the countries in the region, including Zambia, had started taking some unilateral position, especially in the area of VAT. So, for example, last year, we started contacting some of the players in the digital space to try to see what we can get out of that, because of the pressure that arises that some of the players in the market are not paying a fair share. So with the position that was put up by Ataf, we have halted our efforts that we are making. So what I wanted to find out is, with what has been explained and with the endorsement of the position that has been presented by the Secretariat, what are the next steps in terms of how we are going to proceed? Because for some of our spaces where we are going into budget time, there's increasing pressure in terms of this story that we've kept on talking about in terms of the interventions that we are doing in the area of taxation of the digital economy. So I really wanted to just get more clarity, especially on the timelines of the position that has been agreed. I would also agree 100% with Uganda in terms of the issue of emphasizing on contributions from member states. I think maybe there's need for Ataf to just review the manner in which the coordination of the payment of these membership fees are done. I know that maybe there may not be a clear-cut way in which it's done, but maybe if there's a structured approach, it could help. Like the two questions that my neighbor here asked, they are very cardinal. Is it just reluctance, or is there just something that is impeding the payment of these fees? It's very important. So maybe those that are paying on time could be used as maybe good examples in terms of the way they've structured themselves internally in terms of how to pay. Because maybe what could be causing that could just be the structural arrangements in terms of how they are taking these membership fees. So I think I want to end there with that comment. Thank you.
Merci, merci Zambie. Gambia, après Rwanda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for giving us the floor. I also want to join my colleagues to really thank you for convening this meeting, and also to re-echo some of the points that have already been alluded to. Let me also thank the Executive Secretary for what has been a very good report. And I think under the circumstances, we all know that we are going through very difficult times. But with all those challenges around, they've been able to achieve a lot. So, and for me, this is also a lesson for all of us at the level of our various tax administrations to see how we can utilize these challenges and transform them into opportunities. Because what I have learned from this is that, you know, sometimes the limitations can propel us to achieve a lot. And I think the Executive Secretary and team, they deserve a lot of commendation from Council and the entire membership of Ataf. So on the issue of the contributions, I think this is a point that we really need to emphasize a lot. So having looked at the finances of the Ataf, just going through the documents that have been shared, I realized that 70% of the contributions towards the budget of Ataf is coming from donor funding. And I think that is not auguring well for our financial sustainability plan. And I'm glad that Ataf has realized that, to the extent that now they want to, get along with a plan that will put us on a sound footing as far as our finances is concerned. So that makes it all the more the imperative that we really need to commit a lot more in terms of paying up these contributions, not only paying them up, but also paying them up in time, because all these contributions is what make up the budget, and the budget is what goes to support the operational plans of WATAF, including all this capacity building support that we are receiving and which we have cherished, in the sense that we cannot boost our operational efficiency and effectiveness as tax administration and also achieve our domestic resource mobilization objectives without these kind of interventions that are coming from Ataf, particularly the trainings, the research, those kind of things. So therefore, we really need to prioritize this, because it is critical to ensuring that we achieve our sustainable financing objectives, and also particularly those countries that are currently receiving support without making contributions. I think the target of any plan in terms of encouraging some kind of changes, positive moves around this area, is really to prioritize those countries that are members, that are drawing from the resources of Ataf, and yet their contributions are not coming forward. So for any future actions in this area, this should be a very important target area. So on the capacity building activities, I have also noted with satisfaction that you have expanded this, and also there are also plans to look at how the integrated tax administration systems that we are going to use, they are going to be homegrown. I think that is very important. Quite a lot of us, including the Gambia, we are venturing into this, but better still if all these things are reflecting our own experiences, so that the business process, engineering, and other stuff that are connected to this will entirely look at our own circumstances and how they can be relevant to our domestic resource mobilization activities. So once again, I really want to thank, Ataf, Secretariat, and all the team that continue to support the Executive Secretary on behalf of my Commissioner General for the excellent work. And rest assured that, we'll all be, throwing our support, our, whatever we can do to make your work easy, so that you continue to support us in bigger ways. We'll always be doing that, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you. Merci, Gambie. Rwanda, après Rwanda, Yolanda, Afrique du Sud. Rwanda, vous avez la parole.
Merci, le Président. Ma question, c'est un rapport avec l'Inclusive Framework. Je sais que le secrétariat du Ataf travaille en ce que le Pillar 1 et Pillar 2 soient fit for the purpose in Africa. But on aimerait peut-être qu'il élabore un peu plus quant à savoir où ils en sont et qu'est-ce qu'on peut espérer à court terme. En second, j'aimerais peut-être qu'il nous parle aussi de ce qui concerne l'exchange of information. En rapport à ce qui est nécessaire, c'est que les taxes, ou ce que doit faire les tax administration pour que cette initiative soit aussi profitable, puisqu'il me semble très intéressante. Mais est-ce que tous les États ou tous les tax administration sont autant intéressés ou autant entreprenantes pour pouvoir conduire à bon train cette initiative? Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci, Rwanda. Afrique du Sud, après Afrique du Sud, Kenya. Madame Yolande, vous avez la parole. Afrique du Sud.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Just from an introduction perspective, I hear an echo. I'm not sure if it's over me.
On vous comprend, hein, on vous comprend très bien.
Thank you. Let me continue and see. There's still an echo, but let me in any way continue. So, Chairperson, just from introduction perspective, I am Yolandi van der Merwe, representing the SARS Commissioner, Mr. Edward Kieswetter. Just stating that we are in support of the Executive Secretary report. We would like to commend Ataf in the progress that they have made in this past year, and particularly the increased effort in capacity and capability building on the content. It is clear that Ataf embraced a new hybrid way of working as a result of COVID, and the results that they have presented today is quite evident. South Africa also further want to support the approach on funding, and I echo what the other delegates have said pertaining to funding, to ensure that Ataf remains financially sustainable, as the work that Ataf is doing is for all of Africa, and it's critical for all of African countries. And I just want to further echo also the questions and comments raised around the digital economy. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Merci Afrique du Sud. Kenya, après Kenya, Burundi. Kenya, vous avez la parole.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Edward Karanja, representing Commissioner General Borogedi. Edward Karanja from Kenya, representing Commissioner General Mr. Borogedi. I have 3 comments to make. One is about the informal sector. I think all the countries, we are facing the challenge of how we can tax the informal sector. And Ataf have said they have done a lot of work around this area. I think we need to prioritize this area and see how we can uptake the solutions which Ataf might have developed through those policy papers and policy beliefs, so that we can have a common position as African countries, how we can be able to tax this sector, which is a problem in all the countries. If you look at tax to GDP ratio sector-wise, we must all be doing very badly in this area. The other area is, I've seen you want to develop executive leadership program. I would think that is very, very important in terms of ensuring that there is stability and well-thought leadership in tax administration. If you'll be able to share perhaps your thoughts around that area, that would be a great idea. I believe in this executive leadership program, if you looked at a way of even inducting the new board of management and the new top leadership in revenue authorities, it will go a great way in ensuring that there is sustainability in the leadership in tax administration. Then 3, it's about the capacity building programs. I don't know how we are able to monitor and evaluate the impact of these trainings so that they actually address the gaps existing at all levels. It will be very important that we cannot have resources to address all the gaps, but on risk-based approach, we can see the areas we need to give priority. Thank you.
Merci Kenya. Burundi.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Permettez-moi de vous remercier d'abord sur la bonne préparation de ce conseil et de la bonne présentation faite par le secrétaire exécutif. Mon intervention semble être une répétition parce que je voulais te parler de l'indépendance dont mes collègues viennent de parler récemment. Mais ce n'est pas juste une répétition, c'est juste une insistance parce que le cas d'indépendance, c'est quelque chose de pertinent pour ce genre d'organisation, ce genre d'entreprise qu'on a faite, les Ataf. Je me souviens que dans le comité, au cours du comité précédent d'audit et de finances, on parlait même d'une augmentation des cotisations d'adhésion pour permettre une collecte maximum de recettes qui permettrait de travailler. Mais à voir le rapport qu'on a, on trouve qu'on est beaucoup en arrière. Si nous voulons être indépendants, je proposerai, ou ma recommandation au secrétariat, c'est de proposer pendant l'Assemblée générale de novembre 2022 un système qui serait peut-être contraignant. On a parlé d'inviter les membres, les pays membres à cotiser d'une façon volontaire, mais présentement, on trouve que ça ne pourrait pas nous permettre d'avancer s'il n'y a pas au moins un petit degré de contrainte. Donc c'était ça ma recommandation pour que nous puissions avoir une distribution appropriée des services d'Ataf. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci, Monsieur Burundi, qui est en même temps membre du comité finance, audit. Et donc, je ne vois plus de mains levées. Monsieur le secrétaire exécutif, donc nous avons un certain nombre de questions et essentiellement c'est pour tenir compte de l'amélioration de votre présentation. Tout le monde l'a reconnu, très belle présentation. Et Burundi l'a dit, les autres l'ont dit, ça témoigne, Gambie l'a dit, ça témoigne de votre préparation à ce travail et surtout du travail accompli par le secrétariat exécutif, dont vous-même et votre équipe, dans la préparation et dans la mise en œuvre du plan de travail durant la période jusqu'en avril prochain. Donc, je vous laisse essayer de répondre à différentes questions, mais surtout en tenir compte des observations des conseils sur le plan de travail au niveau du secrétariat exécutif. Monsieur le secrétaire exécutif, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Let me thank the members who contributed and who asked those questions. From our side, we appreciate very highly your support for the work, and we learn every time we get a contribution like this. So thank you very much. A number of questions related to the financial position and comments, especially questions by Commissioner General Musinguzi, my brother Esa Jallo, the last question also relating to that from Commissioner General Jean-Claude and others. The issue of membership fees have always been delicate over time. Monsieur Jallo, you've been in Ataf since the beginning. In the first few years, it was very difficult to raise membership fees because we had no record, we had no history, so members were not sure whether they want to invest in this thing. Later on, we had the record and members started paying. But it's interesting, we work in an environment, if I can briefly explain, where there are what is called low-income countries who simply cannot afford to pay. It's difficult to mention names because it may embarrass those members. What we've agreed with the donors at the donors' request is that those members who cannot afford to pay because their countries just don't have money, that we will make sure that a percentage of our budget will always be spent on their needs even though they can't pay. The problem we have is with members who can afford to pay and don't. Secondly, we have discovered that the area of tax and development has become quite a competitive environment globally. Because those in developed countries, organizations, and it's very difficult to mention names because we are in partnership with some of them, are offering what we offer free of charge. ATAF's principle is you don't come to an ATAF meeting and we pay you per diem. You don't come to an ATAF meeting and we pay your travel and accommodation. If the chairman here has paid some of our accommodation, it is his generosity for which we are grateful. But it is not a standard within the organization. So we as Africans have taken the decision that we pay our way. When we pay our way, we have respect for what we have. Also, when we pay for what we must do, we will send the right people to the meeting. If you give per diem and you pay for people, only the favorites come to travel. because it doesn't matter, there's no report afterwards. We are building a different ethic in the organization. But we cannot compete if other organizations are offering per diem, travel to Paris or America or what. So often our members, some of our members go to these things because it's free. And then they find, why must we pay a membership fee to Ataf when we can get something for free somewhere else? It's a mentality that we're competing against. Increasingly less so, but it is still there. The other area, Mr. Chairman, is we offer our services and the results of that services at no cost because we are a member-based organization. But strangely, some of our members are paying organizations, companies like McKinsey, PwC, I'm just mentioning some private sector names. They come in and they do the same work we do for a revenue authority, and the revenue authority gives them 10% of what is collected. Can you imagine, we've assisted countries to collect $3.1 billion over the past 3 years. Imagine they gave ATF 1%. Do you understand? And so those are the issues we are grappling with, because we are prepared to pay PwC, but we are not prepared to pay our own child, if you know what I mean. So we need guidance as to how to do this, because we are not a business, we are a service. So that is part of it. So in terms of penalties, Commissioner General Musinguzi, it is possible. But by nature of our Ubuntu nature, are we going to say to OTR, you are outstanding for 2 months, we have put you penalties for 2 years, by the way, you can no longer, and if you have a problem, we cannot help you. I don't know, it is not the way we are. So I'm looking for guidance. How punitive can we be, and how must we implement this thing? So it is a very difficult thing to deal with. Probably what in my view and in my limited experience being the executive secretary for a bit of too long a time, I think, is that we have to find a way in which the work we do can generate income. And probably we must work on a principle that where, for example, our technical assistance directly raises additional revenue for URA agrees in a pre-agreement to give ATF 0.05% as a cost recovery plus, if you know what I mean, not a profit-driven thing. So we can look at that if the council says to us, go and look at those measures, because it is not in the way that we've been established. So we probably need a bigger intervention with regards to the funding. What we also need is the bigger economies, and again, I'm not going to mention names, but the bigger economies to make a bigger contribution. And that will help. And so part of what we want to do, you will see when we discuss the regionalization program that is part of our 10-year plan, we want to establish regional units in West Africa, North Africa, etc., etc. And maybe if some of the bigger countries will host those regional units, it will transfer some of the costs of running the organization and decentralize some of the work. It will help both with linguistic and sub-regional administrative issues. With regards to the Tax Academy, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question, Commissioner General. Yes, we want to bring it on as soon as we can. And so one of the first actions we need to do is accreditation of our programs, because most of you know that one of the incentives for going onto training programs is you come back with some form of accredited certificate that enhances your career, and in some cases enhances your pay grade. And those things are important. Currently the programs we have are somebody attended, and that is not enough for you to get a notch in your thing. So part of that is the accreditation, and we're working, for example, with KESRA, the Kenya School of Revenue and Administration, We have been working in the past, and we want to rekindle the work with the Nigerian Academy. We've been there a few times when Dr. Ahmed was still there, and also with some other academies, because they run accredited programs, and we want to link with those accreditations. So that is part of the first work Mrs. Caroline Mutayambara, who is the head of the academy, will have to do. In terms of the university education, we do have an existing framework of the basic structure of what degrees must look like for ATAF to sort of accredit those degrees. And we have met, for example, a number of times with Mr. Fred Mugambi from Kesra in Mombasa. Well, we didn't meet in Mombasa, but Kesra is based there. Because they already have accredited degree programs, and they are a university, but also with other universities. So that is part of what we want to bring in terms of the long-term programs. In terms of the short-term programs, we also want to bring in new programs. We've been running the tax treaties, tax treaty negotiations, the EOI programs for very long. But we need to strengthen it in other areas like audit and investigation, revenue, forecasting, VAT and other, some of the work that Dr. Nakanabo will be doing in the Rapid Response Unit and Samira Khan is already doing in the Technical Assistance Unit. So yes, we will bring the academy as soon as we can. With regards to some other questions, and again I'm trying not to be long, Mr. Piri, in terms of the taxation of the digital economy, both you and Mr. Rugani Twali asked the question to end South Africa. I'm going to ask Deputy Executive Secretary, Mrs. Mary Baini, just to give you an answer on where are we exactly with the taxation of the digital economy, because she's been leading the team together with Dr. Nakanabo, Anthony Munanda and Tulani Shongwe on the taxation of the digital economy. It's highly political. The common position is a position that was accepted by Africa so that the proposal can go in. But tax by nature is a sovereign issue. So you make an individual decision whether you want to join into this thing or not. In the meantime, we have supported countries that have introduced, for example, a digital services tax. Those are unilateral measures. Digital VAT, as you have explained earlier, Mr. Piri. Mr. Piri, digital VAT and so on. Although the OECD and especially the US have been threatening sanctions on countries who don't join and who are introducing this, we are standing firm that we will support countries who are introducing that, and we are supporting Kenya, for example, and we're doing some research with Rwanda with regards to any measures that they want. But where we are in the process, it's a very difficult thing, because we must fight that few things that we have gained, for example, in the minimum tax threshold, etc., that we maintain it, because in them working on the detail of this agreement, we are potentially losing even those gains. But I will ask Mrs. Baini just to give us, with your permission, Mr. Chair, a brief answer on where we are on the digital economy, then I will come back on the other questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mrs. Baini, please.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, Executive Secretary. With regard to the questions that Mr. Piri and Mr. Beninwari asked, in terms of the status of the discussions, I'll just give a bit of background in terms of the common position for Mr. Piri to understand where this common position was coming from. So last year, when we were at the height of these discussions, there was a clear gap that was noticed by the African countries in terms of the discussions. As you know, there are only 26 members of the inclusive framework who are African countries, and so what was clear was that the discussions were very, very technical. The discussions were really engaging, but there were very few people who were engaging from the African continent. So as a secretariat, we partnered with the African Union to get ministries of finance, ministers of finance in particular, to join the discussion. And so to make it easy, because we didn't want the different countries to go with different positions to the table, we came up with what we call the Common African Position. And one of the things that one of the elements that was in the position was a threshold that we were trying to negotiate that was also, relevant to the African situation, especially in terms of taxing multinationals. And we were looking at also issues to do with, say, the mandatory binding arbitration that was being pushed for. And because we knew that that was most complicated for African countries, we included all those elements in what we called the common position. This was then adopted at the Specialized Technical Committee of the Ministers of Finance of the African Union, and this common position is what the different countries used in the discussions last year. These discussions culminated in the decisions that were taken on the 21st of October in 2021 on the two-pillar solution that we now know is under discussion at a technical level. So the common position related to those discussions. It does not relate to how countries, implement this. The common position was supposed to support countries at the discussion table, at the negotiation table, in the inclusive framework. So right now, as we all know, like the Executive Secretary said, despite the countries articulating the different elements in the common position, the decision that was taken on the minimum tax, and also on the other elements of the two-pillar solution. So now, in terms of the next steps, what is happening is that the different teams that were put in place to do the technical design work by the OECD are now working. They are discussing the political decision that was made last year and unpacking it to see what will actually happen in terms of how to tax. So there will be that technical design phase until June. It is, according to the current calendar that we are using, these technical design issues will be discussed until June of this year, which is in about a month's time. And then after that will be the implementation phase. It is hoped that there will be a multilateral instrument that will be agreed upon, which countries can then accede to and be able to join without having to renegotiate every treaty that they have with every other country. So that is in terms of the process. But in terms of what you asked, say, in the area of VAT, this is perfectly okay for you to, to make those changes. The only thing that we have been doing is that we've been supporting countries so that we can spell out the articles that are problematic and that may need, to be looked into both from a political level and a technical level. We've done some work for the Ghana Revenue Authority and one more country in terms of especially, the VAT area. But the work on the Ghana Revenue Authority is specifically going on, and so is the work. The other country that I wanted to refer to is Angola. So all that is really to try and help them to align themselves with the global discussion, but at the same time to enable the countries not to miss their revenue. So that is what I would say to what Mr. Piri said. In relation to what Mr. Ruganinhwari said, the status is, as I've said, regarding the inclusive framework. But what I wanted to speak to Chair and Executive Secretary, with your permission, is that is on the EOI work that he talked about. Like the Executive Secretary said, one of the key things that we are trying to do is to try and help countries to improve their tax transparency. And in terms of the EOI, our advice to all the members is that, one, they try to implement these exchange of information units in the different countries, because in some of the countries, just by sampling, 5 of the member states did not even have a mechanism where they exchange information with other government agencies, meaning that if there is no intra-agency cooperation, then it will even be more difficult to get this exchange of information with outside parties. So as we stand, there are only 5 countries on the continent that have implemented automatic exchange of information, and the ones who have implemented exchange of information on request are only 24. So our request and our push is that countries try and put this in place. We are more than ready to support these units so that countries can then be able to get information that they would otherwise not be able to get in terms of multinational enterprises that work within the different countries and how they operate, and then be able to tax them accordingly. That is my response, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will quickly answer the other questions with your permission. Thank you so much, Deputy Executive Secretary. Dr. Karanja, thank you for your question. On the informal sector, yes, we've done some work already in 2012, which we presented in Senegal, Dakar, when we had a conference there. And recently with the program in support, with the support of the African Development Bank, the research department has done some additional work. We've also had over the past years at least one conference dealing with this, but probably it's time to intensify the work on the informal sector. So we will investigate. We're having our strategy and planning meeting, I think in June, and we will take this conversation to see if we can design the informal sector work in a specific program for the 2023 work plan onwards. Because as you say, it's a very, and as we also agree, it's a very critical part of GDP contribution, and inside there, that level of informality is a big sense of revenue losses. So we will intensify the work around that. With regards to the executive leadership program, just a few things. One part of the academy is to develop the content of such a program, and we want to develop it with existing academies that are running it. We are having an annual masterclass for CGs, and we've had two already. The first one was hosted by Leila and the former Director General of the Revenue Authority of Morocco. The next one was virtual, and I think this year we could have a physical one. And we are, I think, still open, I believe, to a host. This is a Chatham House Rules event where only the CGs come. We have a program, and during that time, the heads of tax are able to talk about things that keeps them awake in a way that does not get out of the room. And so they are able to talk about the inner strengths and the inner weaknesses in dealing with the challenges of managing the department, managing the commissioners, managing the ministers, dealing with revenue. How do you deal with these things? It's very in-depth and very personal. So we do that once a year with our heads, and it's proven to be very good. On the board training, very interestingly, we used to have, until COVID, we used to have a training for board members where we looked at the broader issue of governance, the broader issue of the role of board members, and the separation of powers between the executive of the Revenue Authority and the board, and what is the role of the board, and and at what point the board is overreaching or overstretching its authority, and at what point it is not playing the role in executing its responsibility, and what are the sort of prudential, almost corporate responsibility of a board. So we kind of stopped that with COVID, and hopefully, inshallah, next year we will be able to bring that training back. We normally did that training in association with the IMF. That was broadly brought in a group, specially training from Canada to do this. But we have the capacity to do that ourselves as well. So we hope to bring that back. So on that training, we are still moving very much forward. With regards to the broader capacity building and evaluation, we generally get our information about what members need in two ways on capacity building. One, we have an annual country correspondence meeting. There's about 3 of them here in the meeting, as I can see, Melamin, Mr. Buffet, Punjari, and Laban from Zambia. They come to these meetings, and during these meetings we normally make an assessment of what are the key deficits the key drivers of training needs of our members. That's the one way in which we collect it. And we also do intermittently, in between 5 years, once or twice, we do an actual research survey where we do a needs assessment. And that's the closest we come, in addition to the fact that Mrs. Khan and Dr. Nakanabo and others who is involved in the technical capacity, in the technical assistance work, are able to identify the training deficits. And that is how we came onto things like audit and investigation into the financial sector, for example, etc., etc. And so that is how we do this needs. And it's not an exact science, and we can probably improve in the way that we do it. But up till now, that is how we do it. And we're hoping that as the academy matures and as the technical assistance program matures, that we'll be able to improve on that. So thank you for that question. I think I'm done. Just to make reference to Burundi and one or two others that also made a point about the finances finally. In 2012, when we met in Senegal, Monsieur Gay was reminding me last night that they hosted that meeting. There was a decision, for example, on financial sustainability, Commissioner General, that countries were required to make one additional payment. And we were able to collect, in other words, if your payment is 18% of if your payment is set at $10,000 or $40,000, you were then required to make one additional payment. And we were able to collect that from 60% of the countries. That was at a time in 2012 when we were trying to boost and build up reserves. I'm pleased to tell you that despite the fact that our own contribution is so less than the donors, the one thing that we have made sure of is that we always have a financial reserve. And so within our budget, Mr. Jallo, you will see, and the Finance Committee members are here, that despite everything, we always have a financial reserve. I think our financial reserve, Eugene, is standing at, I can only remember the amount in rands, but it's standing at about 400. It's standing at about just under $100,000. Now that is useful because in 2016 we had a crisis. In 2016 we had about also $100,000 in reserve. And in that year, some of the donors didn't pay. In that year, the host country didn't pay. For whatever the reasons were, I'm just explaining to you the consequences. The reasons is something else. It's largely administrative. And then those reserves could sustain us for that whole year, Mr. Chairman. So despite all of that, we still build those reserves. So getting, for example, an additional payment helped us to build that reserves. And so we do try under the circumstances to run the money as best we can with the resources that we have. Mr. Chairman, that is, I'm sorry to be so long, but that is the response to the questions, and really I appreciate the interest of the members. I thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire exécutif et son équipe, Messieurs les membres du Conseil. Merci pour vos questions et vos contributions. Donc, nous invitons le Secrétariat exécutif à en tenir compte. Si je ne vois pas d'autres mains, je remercie encore un doigt. Donc, Gambia voulait encore intervenir. Je vais lui laisser, je prierai les autres membres d'accorder un moment à M. Gambia.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be very brief. Just a word of caution on the proposal on the penalties. It's very good, but we have to know that the way these things work in our tax administrations, they may not work the same way in international organizations like Ataf. Of our tax administrations, we can go, we can issue garnishee orders, we can close businesses, we can drag them to court. But, you know, in the circumstances of Ataf, it will be very difficult. So what I think we need to look at is benchmark with, you know, the practices of other organizations. These are countries that are sitting on the fringes And what we need to do now is to lure them to come to the center by making their contributions. So maybe we need to use approaches that are more persuasive than, you know, trying to impose penalties at this stage. So I also see this as a way of distorting our finances, because the moment we start putting these penalties, we add our debtors, figures will go higher, we increase our receivables. So if you cannot collect the mandatory contribution, what is the assurance that the higher figure that you put there, you know, in your finances you are going to collect? So maybe just a word of caution for us to be very careful, particularly if that is not the standard, you know, practice, you know, for other organizations in terms of increasing their contributions. Thank you.
Si, merci encore pour Gambia. Le Togo n'avait pas voulu intervenir sur ce sujet, puisqu'il revient, je suis obligé de mentionner quelques éléments. Dans la présentation du secrétaire exécutif, il a dit que l'Afrique du Sud contribue à peu près 50% des contributions des membres. Pourquoi un autre pays, pourquoi le Nigeria, pourquoi le Kenya, pourquoi l'Éthiopie ne pouvait pas contribuer à ce niveau? Est-ce qu'il n'y a pas, à notre niveau, un mécanisme qui permettrait à d'autres pays d'augmenter leurs contributions? Ça, c'est une question que je me pose. Et la deuxième question que je me pose est l'énergie quel est le pourcentage de l'énergie que le secrétariat exécutif fait pour avoir les 70% des financements des donneurs? Et quel est son pourcentage d'énergie qu'il fait pour recruter les fonds des autres membres? Est-ce qu'il ne met pas plus d'énergie à contribuer à prendre l'argent des donneurs que d'énergie pour avoir les gens des membres? Ça, c'est une autre question que je... Ça, c'était la position du Togo. Pas comme chèrement, mais comme une question que je pose. Et la proposition de structure de cotisation que le secrétariat propose, ce serait bienvenu. Mais je pense que ça pourrait faire l'objet des discussions au niveau du Conseil avant qu'on aille au niveau de l'Assemblée générale pour que ça puisse avoir les contributions du Conseil avant d'aller au niveau de l'Assemblée générale. Voilà les contributions du Togo. Si vous avez des questions, vous pouvez, sinon on pourrait revenir là-dessus. Voilà, merci les autres membres. Je ne sais pas si le secrétaire, M. Logan, souhaite faire un commentaire. S'il souhaite faire un commentaire, il a la parole. Sinon, on passera à d'autres. D'accord. Donc, je ne vois plus de mains. Donc, je remercie tout le monde pour leur pertinente contribution à ce rapport très riche du secrétariat. Le Gambie l'a dit, et ça nous a appris beaucoup de leçons, malgré la période particulière, que le secrétariat puisse mener toutes ses activités et présenter avec cette qualité. Chaque fois que je viens à une rencontre de Ataf, je vois comment, en tant qu'institution, nous sommes en train d'évoluer, de faire des progrès comme institution et dans la mise en œuvre de nos missions et des activités au niveau de Ataf. Encore une fois, toutes nos félicitations d'abord aux membres du Conseil ici présents qui ont intervenu ou en webinaire qui ont intervenu et tous nos invités spéciaux qui sont avec nous ici. Et également, félicitations particulières au secrétaire exécutif, M. Logan, et à toute son équipe pour ce travail très excellemment mené sur cette période. Encore une fois, je clôt, s'il n'y a pas d'autres commentaires, je déclare clos cette section. On va reprendre après une pause pour la deuxième section. Donc, je ne sais pas, la pause se fera. Je vais laisser la parole à l'organisation pour nous indiquer. Je vous remercie.
Ok, merci infiniment, Monsieur le Président. La pause aura lieu dans le hall de l'hôtel à droite. Si vous permettez, nous allons sortir du dôme présidentiel et c'est quelque part à droite. C'est dans le hall. Je vous remercie.
Il n'y a pas de problème à laisser nos effets ici. On peut laisser.
Non, il n'y a pas de problème. Il y a la sécurité. Il n'y a pas de problème, oui.
Et à combien de temps la pause? Je ne sais pas, quand je regarde la journée.
Oui, la pause, normalement, c'est prévu à 10h30. Et à 10h30. Je pense que...
Il est déjà 11h20. Hein. On revient combien de...
15 minutes de pause, c'est bon.
45. Donc on vient à 11h45.
11h45, ok.
11h45. Merci, à tout à l'heure. Monsieur Ouattara, le directeur général des impôts de Côte d'Ivoire, un grand frère, un aîné parmi nous, que nous souhaite la très cordiale bienvenue, qui a accepté de faire le déplacement de Lomé pour assister en tant qu'invité spécial à cette rencontre de Ataf. Qu'il soit le bienvenu, il peut participer aux travaux. Bon, s'il y a le vote... Ok, en ce temps, il comprendrait, mais vraiment, sa présence parmi nous est vraiment réconfortante et nous sommes sûrs que ce petit pas vers nous, sera un pas définitif, connaissant un vrai Ivoirien comme Trump de Ouattara. Donc, il est bienvenu parmi nous, nous lui souhaitons la bienvenue, lui-même et toute son équipe qui sont parmi nous. Et nous lui souhaitons une bonne participation à nos travaux. Nous entamons maintenant la section 2. La section 2 consistera à la présentation des rapports des comités du Conseil. D'abord, le rapport du comité des finances audit suivra le rapport du comité recherche, renforcement des capacités et d'assistance technique, et on terminera par le rapport du comité de gouvernance et de développement organisationnel. Sans trop tarder, je vais inviter le président du comité audit finance, le commissaire général de l'autorité de Zambie, qui est ici représenté, pour sa présentation du rapport audit. Monsieur le commissaire ou bien qui présente les membres de audit, comité audit Zambie. Donc je passe la parole à Zambie pour présenter le rapport du comité finance et d'audit. Zambie, vous avez la parole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you very much to you and the Executive Secretary for according me the opportunity to present the report for the Finance and Audit Committee on behalf of the Commissioner General of the Zambia Revenue Authority, who is also the chairperson of the committee, who was unable to make it and asked me to convey his sincere apology for the reason that he was not able to make it due to an urgent national assignment that he had. So I'll proceed and read the report on his behalf. I'll place emphasis on 3 items that have been guided to place emphasis on. So I'll start with the introduction, Chairman. The Finance and Audit Committee FSC meeting of the Ataf Council took place on Monday, 11th April 2022, and it was a virtual meeting. It was done via Zoom. I'm pleased to report that the FSC meeting was well attended by full member participation, namely by the Commissioner General for the Zambia Revenue Authority, Mr. Dingan Banda, who is also the chairperson. The Commissioner, Mr. Jean Claude Manirakiza. Apologies if I mispronounce some names. The Commissioner General of the OBR. I know that I cannot pronounce those French words. Mr. Yaha Mane, representing the Commissioner General of the Gambia Revenue Authority. Mr. Dabo, who later joined the meeting, and Mrs. Yolande, representing the Commissioner for the South African Revenue Services. This was the first 2022 meeting of the Finance and Audit Committee, following the last FSC meeting, which was also held virtually on 8 September 2021. So basically now I'll move to the next segment of the report, which is the action points. And like I earlier alluded to, my focus will be mainly on three areas: the audited financial statements and audit reports, which have also been supplemented by a full report in Annexure A. The second one will be the revised 2022 budget, which has also been put in full in Annexure B, which I believe that council members have. And the third one is the tax treatment of staff action for the tax treatment of staff remuneration, which has also been provided in Annexure C. So these are the ones that I will really discuss in full. Other than that, we'll discuss the other things, just assuming that members have read the report. So in terms of continuing with the action points, following the last committee meeting, which I earlier alluded to, held on 8 September 2021, the committee is pleased to inform Council that actions arising out of previous meeting were pleasingly complied with by the Secretariat. The meeting of 11th April 2022 convened and deliberated on management accounts, audited financial statements for the year ending 31st December 2021, the internal audit report as presented by internal auditors seconded from Rwanda and Zambia respectively, the external audit report as presented by external auditors, next year SAB and T, financial sustainability report, donor and membership fees report, and the revised 2022 budget and cash flows. It is with great pleasure that I inform Council that the 2021 audit was concluded and the African Tax Administration Forum will be issued with an unqualified audit report following a rigorous audit process that took place over the period of January to March 2022. Coming out of the committee's deliberations, I wish to highlight the following conclusions. At A, the minutes of the FSC meeting held on 8th September 2021, the minutes were reviewed by the committee and were adopted as true reflection of the meeting proceedings. At B, there is management accounts 31st December 2021. The committee deliberated on the management accounts, which consisted of key income and expenditure figures and a statement of financial position as at 31st December 2021. The detail of income and expenses for the year ending 31 December 2021 based on approved budget of 2021. The report included actual income expenses for the year compared against the full year budget and reconciled to the audited financial statements. Commentary on variance was noted in the report and was based on the Council approved budget for 2021. The actual expenditure for the year ended December 2021 showed an overall saving of 30% in comparison to the expenditure line items against the full year budget. So there are two items for action. The first one, the Ukraine-Russia matter was noted as a significant risk as it affects donors and should be registered on the Secretariat's risk register. This was alluded to earlier by the Executive Secretary. The second action point is the Secretariat to correct the bottom line liability amount on management accounts. And in terms of the decision, the committee commended the Secretariat for the positive turnaround in Ataf financial position and welcomed and encouraged savings projection from membership fees to build more reserves. Again, this was discussed at length in the earlier report presented by the Executive Secretary. So the committee further adopted the financial reports. Then on item number C, which is the audited financial statements and audit reports, the committee reviewed the audited financial statements and took note of the presentation made by external auditors, as earlier mentioned, next year, SAB and T. The committee further took note of the presentation made by internal auditors seconded from Rwanda and Zambia, as earlier mentioned. It is pleasing to note that the auditors were given full scope coverage to perform their audit with no restrictions and no illegal findings were found. The independent auditors took the committee through the process, followed by conducting the audit, and indicated that an unqualified audit opinion would be issued after the financial statements had been approved by Council. The committee congratulated the Secretariat for a well-prepared set of audited financial statements, as well as an unqualified audit. In terms of the actions, there are three. The first one, the Secretariat is requested to always ensure tax compliance to avoid repeat findings. The second item is that assets that are not in use must be kept on a separate spreadsheet for control purposes. And then the third item is that the Secretariat should to investigate how Finance and Audit Committee fits into the overall Council, because the additional Council relationship may not be necessary. The matter should be looked into at and should remain active on the FSC and Council agenda. In terms of the decision, the committee recommends to Council for approval the attached audited financial statements for the year ended 31 December 2021, and as I earlier alluded to, this is provided for in full under Annexure A, which I believe that we all have. At D, it's a financial sustainability report, and in terms of the discussion, I think Executive Secretary did ably present most of the elements that are under this, and in order to just save time, I will only highlight a few items here. As earlier mentioned in the Executive Secretary's report, as of 8th April 2022, the membership fees from the following countries were received. Remember, there was that discussion around the non-payment of membership fees. So as at 8th April 2022, the membership fees from the following countries were received. 1, Rwanda. 2, South Africa. 3, Mauritius. 4, Kenya. 5, Kingdom of Eswatini. 6, Botswana. 7, Burundi. I think I skipped Botswana. 6, Botswana. 7, Burundi. 8, Togo. 9, Uganda. 10, Zambia. And 11, the Gambia. You may wish to take note of item number 10 on a lighter note. So in terms of the decision, the committee noted the financial sustainability report and congratulated the Secretariat for a comprehensive, well-written report. The committee registered contentment with the report and noted the good exiting work done by the Secretariat. Moving to item E, the revised 2022 budget. The budget for 2022 was approved at the Council meeting held on 28th October 2021. However, the donor proposals with the AFDB resulted in Ataf having revised work plan in conjunction with the guaranteed revenue streams, resulting in a reduction in the 2022 budget by 18%. The changes to the approved budget are as follows. The first one, additional funding from AU, Finland, and GIZ has been adjusted on the revised budget. The second one, pool funders funds carried over from 2021 amounting to $300,000. And the third one, details of the line items is reflected in the budget notes. The Secretariat subsequently reviewed the work plan in line with committed funding and revised the budget. All the information was consolidated based on guaranteed and proposed funding for 2022. The Secretariat also considered the revised working conditions during the COVID-19 pandemic on the delivery of the work plan. In addition, the current situation between Ukraine and Russia impacts on domestic revenue mobilization in respect of membership fees and the possibility of the funders to reprioritize their funding to humanitarian aid. Overall, the budget was reduced by 18%. Engagements with pool and specific funders have continued to obtain their commitments on the funding for funding the 2022 work plan. Overall expenditure decreased by 23%, which is made up of a reduction in direct costs for work plan by 26% and reduction in administration expenses by 8%. The reserve funds were increased with funds received from the host country and membership fee to ensure financial sustainability. In terms of the decision, the committee adopted the revised budget for 2022 as provided in Annex B and recommends it for approval by Council. I'll move on to the last item, which is item F, tax treatment of staff remuneration. The committee considered a submission which reported that the Secretariat has persons employed on the same salary grade doing the same work and whilst receiving the same gross salary end up with two very different net amounts being paid into their bank accounts. The significant difference in the take-home pay is primarily attributed to the citizenship status of the individual. A non-resident of South Africa will have no employment tax deducted from his or her salary, whilst a South African national or permanent resident will have between 20% and 45% employee tax deducted from their salary. In seeking for a resolution to the matter and during engagement with SARS, Ataf was made aware of another international organization similar to Ataf, also hosted in South Africa, with similar host country agreement as Ataf. In further engagements with the party, Ataf was provided with a copy of the letter sent by SARS to the Collaborative Africa Budget Reform Initiative, CABRI for short, in which it set out its position and provided possible options to be considered as potential mechanisms. SARS had advised that the first test for them would be to determine whether the individual is a resident or non-resident and provided criteria against which they made this assessment. For SARS, this was the litmus test in determining the tax exemption status. Basically, the criteria is based on the number of days lived in the country. If you live in South Africa for 91 days on average in the year of assessment, or 91 days in each of the 5 years prior to the tax year, or thirdly, the 915 days on average during the 5 years prior to the tax year. Ataf would lose the exempt status for payment of normal tax. So SARS further states that South African residents are not exempt from tax under the host country agreement, but are entitled to tax neutrality, and that a mechanism must be found which will neutralize or cancel out the employment tax ordinarily paid by Ataf employees deemed as residents. Against this background, the Council requested the committee to adopt grossing up the salaries paid to South African nationals and residents by an amount equal to the tax they would be required to pay. This would imply that each resident would still be liable for income tax, but that the gross salary and tax payable will result in the net salary remaining what it would have been had their income been exempt. So in terms of action, there is one action here that the committee requested the Secretariat to first raise the money to ensure affordability before implementation. In terms of the decision for Council, the committee adopted the tax treatment of staff remuneration submission, which is fully provided for in Annexure C, and recommends it for approval by Council, subject to availability of funds. Chair, in conclusion, the committee recommends to Council the approval of audited financial statements and audit reports, revised 2022 budget, and the tax treatment of staff remuneration. Chair, I submit. Thank you.
Merci la Zambie pour la bonne présentation. Merci la Zambie pour la présentation sur le rapport du comité finance audit de l'Ataf. Et donc j'invite les autres membres du conseil, s'ils ont des commentaires, s'ils ont des questions, des observations sur ce rapport. Donc, merci à tous les membres du comité et le secrétariat exécutif pour cette présentation, cette travaux. Je regarde également sur le webinaire et en ligne. Si d'autres souhaitent intervenir, ils sont les bienvenus. Donc, les commentaires, observations, questions, avant de passer à la phase d'adoption. Et je demanderai, il y a l'Afrique du Sud, je demanderai pour l'adoption, je demanderai est-ce qu'il faut adopter, puisqu'il y a plusieurs décisions adoptées, et partiellement ou le rapport dans sa globalité. Mais en attendant, je vais passer la parole à Afrique du Sud. Madame Yolande, Afrique du Sud, vous avez la parole.
Thank you very much, Chair. I trust that I am auditable. I was part of this specific committee meeting. I will recommend that we do adopt with the exception of the last or the conditional approval of the last action in terms of raising money before the tax adjustments are done. I think the finances of Ataf look sound. We have touched on the funding in an earlier discussion, so I'm not going to raise that again. But from South Africa perspective, I think the finances and the audit looks good. And from my perspective, I would recommend that we adopt. Thank you, Chair.
Merci pour l'Afrique du Sud. Donc, il propose l'adoption, sauf le dernier volet sur l'augmentation des salaires. Mais je souhaiterais avoir les commentaires. Gambia?
Thank you. I want to join the previous speaker in, seconding the motion for the adoption of this report with the, caveat that the matter relating to the taxation of the, employment remuneration of the staff be approved subject to the availability of funds. But I also want to thank the Secretariat because this is a very important piece of document for the organization. And the fact that, we get an unqualified opinion, on the financial, statements of the organization is very important, particularly for the mark of confidence with our donors. Donors want to deal with organizations that are credible. And one important, basis for assessing that credibility is the audited financial statements. Thank you once again.
Merci Gambia. Mais avant de passer à l'observation, j'ai demandé d'abord, est-ce qu'il y avait des commentaires? Est-ce qu'il y a des commentaires? Est-ce qu'il y a des questions? Je sais que le rapport est de qualité, mais est-ce qu'il y a des questions, des commentaires avant de passer l'adoption? Donc l'Afrique du Sud a proposé l'adoption sauf la dernière partie, appuyée par la Gambie. Je vais passer la parole à Mozambique.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente. Queria também saudar este relatório e também, mais uma vez, parabenizar pelo trabalho que tem vindo a ser desenvolvido ao nível, portanto, de todos os órgãos do Ataf. Relativamente à questão do tratamento fiscal dos colaboradores, eu só queria, para ter melhor percepção para esta discussão sobre o tratamento fiscal. Portanto, a questão levantada é de residente ou não residente. Quando se coloca essa questão de residente ou não residente em relação aos colaboradores, como é que se está a considerar a própria organização, portanto, o próprio Ataf, ou o secretariado, por assim dizer, qual é o tratamento jurídico que se está a considerar do secretariado? É verdade que está sediado na África do Sul. Então, estamos a considerar ser residente ou não residente o colaborador, mas a instituição em si, qual é o tratamento que é dado? Obrigado.
Merci Mozambique. Donc les membres du comité finance audit. Donc concernant les autres aspects du rapport, notamment les rapports de vérification, les budgets, révision du budget 2022, apparemment il y a consensus. Mais sur le traitement fiscal de rémunération, il y a encore quelques questions posées, d'abord par l'Afrique du Sud, en plus par la Gambie et soutenu par Mozambique. Est-ce que vous avez des compléments d'information? Le comité audit, les autres membres, le président, les autres membres concernant ces aspects liés au traitement fiscal des membres. Mozambique voulait savoir s'il y avait comment on traite. Comment est considérée l'organisation Ataf même en Afrique du Sud? Vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Chair. At this point, I will seek the support of the Secretariat to give further guidance on the matters that have been raised. Thank you.
Secretariat.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Firstly, the issue of the tax treatment has to do with the status of Ataf as an international organization. Ataf is established in terms of the Vienna Convention, which gives it full international status. And that is why when South Africa, through its parliament and a signature of the president of that country, accepted Ataf as an international organization to host, it then grants Ataf diplomatic status. So all of the staff of Ataf have functional diplomatic status including the executive secretary, even though the executive secretary is at this point from the host country. Because it is not the person, it is the post that has the status. And so the fact that as an international organization similar to African Union or ECOWAS or SADC, the staff of those organizations have neutrality both in terms of diplomatic status and in terms of tax status. There are two countries in the world in our research that do not give the tax neutrality to their citizens. It is America and South Africa. So we have South African citizens and citizens from DRC Congo, Gabon, Cameroon and others who have permanent resident status in South Africa. So they are taxpayers in South Africa. So they are required to pay the normal taxes. They are not exempted even though they work for a tax neutral organization. The end result is that on the payroll of staff, for every staff member that has a tax neutral status who gets $1 in salary, the other one only gets 60 cents for the same work at the same level. It has been going like this for 12 years. We've not brought this because we were never in a position to fix it in terms of financially, and we were negotiating with South Africa to try and fix this. So in the appointment of our acting head of corporate, who can explain a bit more, negotiations and conversations were done with the South African Revenue Service Legal Department, and we then found the solution in the way that both the US have done it and in the way that South Africa has done it with similar organizations with staff that has to pay taxes despite their work status. And the solution has been that the organization they work for must pay over those taxes because their laws requires those taxes to be paid. And we as an organization must find a way to raise that money. And so that is the proposal that was put. So it is not Ataf that must decide its tax status. Ataf's tax status is decided upon because we are formed in terms of a global convention called the Vienna Convention. It is the country that has opted to not recognize that for its own citizens and its own permanent residents. In that regard, the organization can simply say to the members, sorry, we can't help you, you must do that. Or the organization can say, we must make good and raise money to compensate for that, which is what the other organizations in South Africa are doing, and which is what the US is doing around the world for their citizens. And that has been the basis for the proposal. Finally, as Mrs. van der Merwe said, the committee agreed to this with the understanding that we will not implement it. I requested an implementation from the 1st of April 2022 because that is when all the new contracts were renewed of all the staff. But we will not we will implement it from the 1st of April 2022 if Council agrees. But we will not implement it until we have made budgetary arrangements for this, and including raising the money for its affordability. We will not take from the existing budget in the way that it has been budgeted. Even the revised budget that is presented to you today does not include that. So we will first make provision before we implement it, as Mrs. van der Merwe had said. So that is the position, Mr. Chair, that is the proposal, and our request is for it to be considered, and on the understanding that we will make the necessary budgetary arrangements for us to afford this before implementation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire exécutif. I don't know if, je ne sais pas si le comité finance audit a quelque chose à ajouter par rapport à l'intervention du secrétaire exécutif avant de demander l'avis des autres membres du Conseil. Ok. Est-ce que les autres membres du Conseil, aussi bien en ligne qu'en présentiel ici, est-ce que vous aurez un commentaire encore suite aux explications du secrétariat exécutif. Oui, le Maroc.
Oui. Alors, j'ai écouté les explications de monsieur le secrétaire exécutif et je suis d'accord avec la proposition d'essayer de trouver les fonds et pour voir, c'est une bonne alternative.
Donc, le Maroc demande d'essayer de trouver les fonds et ce serait une bonne alternative. Ok, les autres membres? Et l'implémentation, quand est-ce que va commencer l'approbation et l'implémentation? Et l'approbation, on approuve aujourd'hui pour attendre l'implémentation au moment où les fonds seront trouvés, ou on revient sur cette question au moment où les fonds sont trouvés et on approuvera pour l'implémentation. Il faut que ça soit net, clair dans nos résolutions pour que ça ne souffre d'aucune insuffisance. L'Afrique du Sud, si elle peut toujours nous aider, elle est la bienvenue. Il y a le Rwanda. Oui.
Mais je crois bien que Logan a bien expliqué. Il a dit que il y a d'abord qu'on approuve les principes. Et je crois qu'il n'y a vraiment pas de raison de ne pas l'approuver. Mais à condition que Tax, ils ont le budget, qu'ils puissent, comme a dit l'Afrique du Sud, et ils disent que, je crois que jusqu'en juin, ils disent qu'on ne peut pas, bien qu'on approuve le principe, cela ne peut pas être mis en application, en exécution. Et après juin, apparemment, ils sont d'accord que, je me dis que peut-être ils auront déjà le budget, même peut-être Logan peut nous éclairer. Est-ce qu'ils ont qu'est-ce qu'ils pensent en termes d'avoir le budget? Est-ce que vous l'aurez après juin ou bien vous avez des promesses ou vous avez des réserves comme vous l'aviez dit?
Parce que même s'il a approuvé le budget, il faut que le budget intègre à notre budget et que nous le prouvons avant de l'implémenter. Il faut que le Conseil approuve le nouveau budget qui sera intégré au budget de l'Ataf de 2022 avant de commencer son exécution. Et je vais passer la parole à l'Afrique du Sud avant Afrique du Sud.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. So my recommendation is that the ATAF team finds the money and then on a round-robin basis request the committee to approve for implementation. Because then everybody will understand that the funding is available and that they are going ahead with implementation. Thank you, Chair.
Ok, donc voilà la proposition. Autre commentaire? Qu'est-ce que le membre du comité audite? Les autres commentaires avant de passer? Oui, Gambi.
I think we can take the advice given by our colleague from South Africa, since we are saying that we are approving subject to the availability of funds. We leave it at that. Secretariat will advise us accordingly when it is feasible, for implementation. But I just want to advise that matters of this nature cannot be treated on an ad hoc basis. We need to, going forward, make sure that it is properly integrated in our budget, so that year in, year out, because the staff are here to stay. So it's not like you fix it now and then you don't have to come back to it again. So it has to be something that looks into the future so that it is integrated into our budget, and year in, year out, we are able to take care of, these imbalances that they are suffering, particularly those who are currently suffering from these taxes, creating some, kind of disincentives for them. Like the executive secretary put it, people doing similar work would expect, to be remunerated in the same manner without anybody being disadvantaged. Thank you.
Logan, secrétaire exécutif. Yeah.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. We wanted to bring the proposal. We did not put it in the budget because we did not want to assume an agreement. Number one. Number two, our proposal is, although we say implement from 1st of April, we are saying even if it means only implementing it in 2023, when we have raised the money, we will wait for then. And so what I'm saying is, there is another meeting of all the committees scheduled for August and September, and there's another meeting of this council scheduled at the end of October. We will know after June, in the middle of July, we will know what we are able to raise, because that is when we get our new round of financial injection. And so we will definitely know what the position is, or we will have a very good idea what the position is by the end of July. And so we will be able to come to the Finance and Audit Committee at the end of August, middle of September, and also come to this council at the end of October before we do anything. And we will bring the figures, and then this council can confirm its decision or not. I think the idea that council agrees with the proposal in principle is all we need, so that we can work on the numbers. And we will bring it to you end of August and to the council at the end of October. Then we all can have the peace of mind that we are able to implement something that is feasible and responsible. Because even from our side, it is not good to make such a radical decision without being able to know that it's financially sustainable for the organization. So I propose that in addition, apart from agreeing to this in principle, which I hope you would, that you give us an opportunity to bring the numbers to the committee in August and to the council in October. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Merci. Il y a le Burundi qui souhaiterait intervenir. Et je rappelle que les membres, les invités spéciaux peuvent intervenir. C'est seulement au vote qu'ils ne peuvent pas intervenir. Donc, s'ils ont des idées qu'ils peuvent nous apporter, ces idées sont les bienvenues. Mais c'est seulement au niveau du vote. Mais comme le vote est souvent consensuel, donc je laisse la parole au Burundi.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'allais intervenir sur cette question en éclaircissant juste qu'il ne s'agit pas d'un problème d'argent, parce que la question qui nous est sur table, ce n'est pas une initiative pour pouvoir donner des avantages aux membres du personnel, mais c'est une obligation de la loi. Je trouve donc bon, d'ailleurs je ne trouve pas une raison de ne pas approuver en attendant la disponibilité de devises, parce que c'est une forme d'accord de principe du Conseil pour permettre au secrétariat exécutif d'aller rechercher les fonds. Donc moi je trouve qu'il est bon qu'on se prononce, qu'on approuve, mais sous réserve de la disponibilité, commandement. Sinon, si on attendait qu'il y ait d'autres réunions pour comprendre qu'on est obligé de supporter tout ça, ça serait une perte de temps. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Très bien. Donc, je ne vois plus de commentaires. On va passer... Encore un commentaire? OK. Donc, Gambia.
No, I want to move the motion for adoption. Thank you.
On passe pour l'adoption. Gambia propose l'adoption. Soutenu par le Maroc, le Rwanda, l'Afrique du Sud, le Burundi. Donc, c'est adopté, y compris le traitement fiscal, le principe du traitement fiscal. Je vous remercie. Et encore une fois, merci et au comité qui a travaillé et tous les membres qui ont apporté leur contribution pour ce comité et la richesse de ce débat concernant ce point. Nous allons passer au comité suivant. Le rapport du comité recherche de renforcement des capacités et d'assistance technique, qui sera présenté par Pascal du Rwanda Revenue Authority.
Merci
Vous avez
beaucoup,
la parole.
Monsieur le Président. Maybe for the special invitees, the Research Capacity Building and Technical Assistance Committee of the Ataf is oversees Ataf core businesses and provides strategic advice to the Secretariat to ensure Ataf supports to its member remain relevant. And this committee is composed with myself as the chairman, with Mr. Musingu Sijon, the Commissioner General for Uganda, and the Commissioner General Giti Mburu, Commissioner General of Kenya Revenue Authority. Our meeting was held on 20 April 2022 virtually using Zoom platform, and I'm pleased to report that the Research Capacity Building Committee meeting was attended by full members, particularly, namely Mr. Akagumire. He was Acting Commissioner General of Uganda Revenue Authority, representing John Musinguzi, Commissioner General of Kenya, represented by Mr. Paul Matuku, Acting Commissioner General, and myself as the chair. This was the first meeting of research capacity building in 2022. This was following the one we held virtually last year in September. And the meeting of 20 April 2022 convened and deliberated on action arising out of the discussion from the meeting of September 2021, and was pleased to note that delivery of the requested action items by the Secretariat. The committee also convened to receive the status reports of work program delivered by the Secretariat within the reporting period. Mr. Chairman, I want to present the following. One was on the work program reports. The committee acknowledged the action taken by the Secretariat during the reporting period and noted the ongoing tax reforms, which saw the 26 African members of the OECD-led inclusive framework strive to engage in this fast, resource-intense discussion, at times with limited interventions. In seeking to correct this, Ataf continued to actively participate in this engagement to ensure outcomes that are fit for purpose in Africa. It was gratifying to see that Ataf technical assistance work had more than tripled during the reporting period, and so the Secretariat delivered 98 transfer pricing missions in 16 countries in 2021, and 25 transfer pricing missions in 11 countries this year. This was possible by virtual delivery of the missions. The committee noted that the Secretariat had further received and addressed 86 short-term technical assistance requests from 17 countries in 2021 and responded to 7 technical assistances from member countries to bolster capacities and develop a sustainable tax revenues in 2022. 23 VAT technical assistance missions were delivered in 2021, and 2 technical assistance missions on the effective implementation of VAT compliance regime for cross-border suppliers in the digital economy in 2022. With regard to the technical committee, the reporting period registered 20 technical written statements by the said committees for Ataf members to use in the global tax debates led by the OECD inclusive framework on the proposed 2-pillar solution. Exchange of information missions were conducted in 7 countries in 2021, and on exchange information strategy has been developed in 2022. On African experts, utilization of homegrown expertise, 32 African experts from 70 countries delivered the Ataf training events. The countries include Benin, Botswana, Burundi, Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Eswatini, Kenya, Lesotho, Madagascar, Niger, Nigeria, Rwanda, South Africa, Tanzania, Uganda, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. The committee noted the following capacity development activities: 1,375 participants. Among them were 5,600 female and 779 male, as was reported by the Executive Secretary, from 41 countries. B, female participation increased from 32% in 2020 to 41% in 2021. Attendance of the Lusophone and Francophone countries increased from 25% in 2020 to 49% in 2021. The development of an executive management program for senior managers in revenue authorities. The committee was pleased with the following work delivered on domestic revenue mobilization. Additional tax assessed recorded $3.1 billion and additional tax collected amounting to $1.1 billion from transfer pricing audits from 2016 to date. 6 African experts from Botswana, Kenya, Lesotho, South Africa, Zambia, and Zimbabwe co-facilitated the technical assistance mission as part of the Ataf peer-to-peer learning program. 4 countries introduced their legislation based on the Ataf suggested approach to drafting transfer pricing legislation. The committee received the following highlights on the Secretariat's domestic revenue mobilization, apply research work, launch of 2021 Action 2021 African Tax Outlook on 6 May 2022, the African Multidisciplinary Tax Journal launch of the second volume will be on 24 May 2022. The Secretariat produced 16 research papers, guidelines, toolkits, policy briefs, and technical notes. The Tax Administration Library has 56 publications from 19 African countries. To date, a total of 218 research papers have been presented at the ATRN Congress, and which 60% are from tax officials. On multilateral engagements, the committee was pleased to note that the Secretariat dedicated 25% of the work to multilateral engagements, while 75% of the Secretariat work is on member support, while underscoring the importance of Ataf continuing multilateral engagement in tax standard setting, advocacy, and joint delivery of assistance program. To the membership. The committee took note of the progress on the work program and thanked the Secretariat led by the Executive Secretary for the good work. The committee further recommends the following: the Secretariat to continue to encourage more countries to use the Ataf model, double taxation agreements, in negotiating and concluding treaties with other countries. Expand the TADAT training initiative to all the Ataf members as it is a very good resource and will make members aware of all standards. Ataf to continue encourage members to organize themselves to optimize revenue collection through digitalization of VAT, because it is an important part of the revenue collection and has seen Rwanda Revenue Authority increase VAT performance by 35%. In conclusion, the committee commended the Executive Secretary and the Secretariat team over their performance and commitments, and the request Council to adopt the work program report and its recommendation. Chairman, I submit.
Merci, Monsieur Pascal, président du comité recherche renforcement des capacités. Nous ouvrons, merci à vous et merci à tous les membres qui ont travaillé, secrétariat qui a aidé à l'élaboration du rapport. Nous soumettons donc aux commentaires, aux questions, aux observations sur le comité, sur le rapport du comité. Observations, commentaires. Je regarde aussi bien ici que sur le plan, ceux qui sont en ligne. Il n'y a pas de commentaires? Vous savez que leur partie renforcement de capacité recherche est le volet essentiel de nos activités, puisqu'il s'agit essentiellement de participer à l'amélioration de la fiscalité dans nos pays respectifs. Et donc, l'assistance technique, renforcement des capacités et les recherches sont les produits que Ataf fournit à nos administrations respectives. Et donc, c'est un volet extrêmement important de contribution de Ataf dans nos perspectives. Et donc, j'attends des rapports, en tout cas des commentaires. Quant à moi, oui, Zambie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I would like to commend the committee for the good report. I want to comment particularly on the item that was noted that the technical assistance work more than tripled during the reporting period. I think this is very commendable, and I can say thanks to COVID for this achievement, because again, like noted in the report, it was triggered by the COVID that made virtual interaction possible. And I think from the look of things, for the programs that our members have participated in, particularly in Zambia, I think the virtual engagements kept getting better and better. Initially, I think before members mastered the art of these virtual engagements, it was increasingly difficult. But later on, I think these began to get better and more interactive. However, I would like to just mention that with COVID almost showing its tail, like maybe we could be almost at the end of the pandemic if it will not resurface in any other way. We hope for the continuation of physical interactions, because they also help in terms of the building relations and so on and so forth. But I know, like Mr. Logan has been mentioning in the meetings that I've attended, it looks like COVID has changed the way of doing things forever. So we guess that it will be a hybrid arrangement that will suffice. So we are praying that the increased numbers are going to be sustained to create more impact with minimal budgets that could be there. So that's the comment I wanted to make on that particular aspect. Moving on, again, it's pleasing to see female participation increasing. I think it's very pleasant, especially that it's been our problem that there's low participation in terms of females. We're just praying that we won't create another problem in the reverse. So as we step on the pedal to increase female participation, I hope that male participation will not become a problem at some point. So I know that the Secretariat has taken care of this. I think it's impressive to see the numbers actually increasing in this direction. The last comment, Chair, that I want to make is on the impressive number in terms of the additional tax assessed, which is to the tune of 3.1 billion. I would like to commend the Secretariat for this work. I know that, in fact, this number could be an understatement, because what comes in during our experience with some of these interventions is that there's quite compliance that goes on after this work. So I remember my colleague Laban, when he was doing the data matching work, some taxpayers secretly complied, and so these numbers were not captured. We realized later that that secret compliance arising from the work was mostly not captured. So we know that this 3.1 billion is really at the minimum. There could actually be more impact, maybe double this. So this is very commendable, so to say. So would like to just encourage continued engagement that will help to raise the revenues, because ultimately this is the objective. And these numbers really need to be showcased just to encourage those members that are not participating in this program, so that they can see that there's real impact of these programs that are being done, creating actual revenues. The comment by Mr. Logan was very interesting, that if we were to tap into these revenues, even a 0.05% to fund Ataf, that would create some significant funding flow that can. So it's something that is not far-fetched in terms of on a mutual understanding with the countries that are receiving this to create sustainability. I think I took that comment seriously. I know that he made it on a lighter note, but I think it's a comment that's worth thinking through in terms of creating sustainability. I've also taken note of the 3 key recommendations that have been made, particularly with the clarity that was provided during the other discussion that we had done on the taxation of the digital economy. I think it's now clear what the path is. There was more clarity in terms of what members need to do in terms of digital taxation, which is really so. We'll take back home, those of us that are grappling with this, the message that now we can go ahead and put these initiatives in place, and we expect that we would receive a lot of support. So I would like to commend the committee for this report. I know it's not adoption time yet, but I would propose adoption of the report, but that's at a later stage. Thank you, Chair.
Merci, Zambi. Oui, Gambi.
I take it that our colleague from Zambia spoke very well for the rest of us as far as the content of the report is concerned. So I will just, second the motion for adoption, but with an appeal to the Executive Secretary and team. There is one particular program which I had loved so much from Ataf. I have not seen it covered, and that is their audit stream. The one they have the online where they stay at home to do the audit training, intermediate and advanced. That has been a huge source of capacity building for my team in the Gambia, because I know most of us, we run this self-assessment regime, and we know what it is. They will give you financial statements, they will give you returns. But behind the scene, we know there is a lot of, falsification here and there. So after I started benefiting from that capacity building program, I have seen my auditors doing far better in terms of their audit, the quality of the audits and the revenues. So definitely I want you to really bring that up. I know COVID has been the #1 enemy, but particularly for us, I can say that's a very important one for us. So please bring it up. Thank you.
Merci aussi pour la Gambie pour ces commentaires tout à fait pertinents. Je ne vois plus d'autres commentaires. Mais il y avait également, dans la suite de la Gambie, il y avait aussi un programme très intéressant qui avait été lancé par Ataf. C'est le réseau des femmes dans le secteur de la fiscalité. Mais ce rapport n'a pas couvert ça. Nous pensons que c'est un excellent programme, très pertinent pour nos administrations. Mais le rapport n'a pas couvert ça. Nous espérons que dans les prochains rapports, que ces aspects puissent apparaître. C'est-à-dire le réseau des femmes dans le domaine de la fiscalité, les activités à certains niveaux, ça pourrait être très, très appréciable. Donc, il y a Zambie qui a proposé le vote, soutenu par la Gambie. Qui d'autre soutient l'adoption? Le Burundi. Donc, nous considérons comme adopté le rapport sur du comité recherche et renforcement des capacités assistants techniques. Je vous remercie. Donc, nous passons au dernier comité gouvernance et développement organisationnel. Donc, il doit être représenté par l'Afrique du Sud. Edouard n'est pas connecté, je suppose que...
Chairman, I was requested to represent on his behalf.
Donc,
as he was also a member of the committee, or I am the member of the committee.
Donc, Edouard et Pascal, en même temps que membre du comité, aura le plaisir de nous présenter le rapport du comité gouvernance et développement organisationnel.
So
Monsieur
this committee,
Pascal, vous avez la parole.
the Governance and Organizational Development Committee is chaired by Edward, the Commissioner General of South Africa Revenue. I'm also a member with the Commissioner General of Kenya, also John Musingus, I think also, Mr. Augusto Takarindwa, representing Dr. Amelia Mwendane, President of the Mozambique Tax Authority, and Ms. Leila Benchkroon, representing the Direction Générale des Impôts, Morocco. The action points, the Secretariat took the committee through the action list and noted compliance with all the requests. The committee considered the following organizational governance and development matters. 1, presentation of the 2021 annual reports. 2, multilateral and partner engagements. 3, updates on implementation of 2022 work program. 4, updates on new decade projects. And 5, human resource reports. Chair, I present the following Governance Organizational Development Committee meeting outcome. 2021 annual report. The Secretariat presented and highlighted to the committee the contents of 2021 annual reports. The 2021 annual report reflects the first year of implementation of the 2021-2025 strategic plan. The execution of activity in the work plan for the past year was delivered effectively, despite having to operate for a second year under the difficult conditions of COVID-19 pandemic and resultant lockdowns implemented by Ataf members. The organization has cemented and expanded its relationship with key partners and stakeholders, delivered effective training and technical assistance to its members, and served to articulate and champion the interests of African tax administrations on the global stage. In the period under reporting, Ataf collective events attracted a total of 47,000 participants from both the African continent and beyond. The committee commended the Secretariat for a well set out and branded annual reports and recommends to the Council to approve the 2021 report attached herewith as Annexure D. But also, Chairman, the committee further noted that Mrs. Mary Baine's new role as the Deputy Executive Secretary and Head of Member Service and Domestic Resource Mobilization Departments. 2. Multilateral and partner engagements. The committee considered the multilateral and partner engagement reports and noted that the ongoing tax reforms have seen 26 African members of the OECD-led inclusive framework strive to engage in these fast resource intense discussions, at times with limited interventions. In seeking to correct this, Ataf continues to actively participate in multilateral engagements to ensure outcomes that are fit for purpose in Africa. It was noted that in 2021, Ataf participated in 56 regional, continental, and global fora to promote African perspectives on tax issues and represent the views and interests of its members. One of the Secretariat's key achievements in this regard is the recent establishment of a subcommittee on IFS and tax policy at the African Union. The committee appreciated the work of Ataf and noted that this work stream, particularly with AU taking the lead, cannot be underestimated. Number 3, implementation of the 2022 work plan. The committee received an update on the implementation of 2022 work plan. The 2022 work plan focuses on the following 5 objectives. 1. Sorry, the machine is going too fast. Sorry. 1. Fostering efficient and effective African tax system through capacity building and technical assistance. Ataf shapes African tax system through data, statistics, and analysis, being the African voice in the field of taxation that informs and influences regional and global policy. Ataf stands on financial sustainable grounds with appropriate structures, process, governance in place. Ataf is prepared to mature into a regionalized organization with established training centers and regional operations. Ataf work directly focuses on 2 case areas: technical assistance and research, with inform its broader strategic role. The committee noted the updated on the implementation of 2022 work plan and requested the Secretariat to include objectives and results for active work plan activity, as it would assist in strengthening the monitoring and the evaluation of the work plan. Number 4, updates on the new decade project. The committee acknowledged the update on the new decade projects which set out the implementation of the Ataf governance reform program and the new operating model. The committee noted that to date, the project has identified and analyzed the main issues impacting the Ataf governing instruments, benchmarked Ataf governing instruments against those of similar organizations for relevance and consideration, updated governing instruments to include relevant resolution passed by the General Assembly and or Council since 2010. Alignment of rules and procedures to Ataf agreements to eliminate any inconsistencies, and legal experts from each Ataf region are working with Secretariat to draft the revised governing instruments. The committee further noted the new Ataf organizational structure and acknowledged that all staff experts too have accepted the offers of employment made to them and commenced work in the new positions on 1st April 2022. The two staff members who have not accepted the offers have opted to exit the employee of Ataf Secretariat. The director research contract ends on 30 April 2022. The new operating model has realigned their staff, the Ataf Secretariat organizational structure to that of its revised strategy, and in the process, the position of director research become redundant and obviated the need to renew the contract. The committee supported the work done and indicated that reforms bring about new energy and new anxiety, and requested the executive secretary to manage the change and ensure classification of roles in the managed effectively. The committee adopted the updates reports. 5. Human resource reports. 1. Staffing. The committee considered the HR reports and noted that the Secretariat staff complement has increased from 28 to 29 with the recruitment of Dr. Abubakar Nachanabu from Burkina Faso as a tax expert, who will also oversee the establishment of new Ataf Rapid Response Unity. Number 2, COVID-19 arrangements. The Secretariat has adopted a hybrid office attendance procedure requiring all staff to work from the office 2 days a week, subsequent to the relaxation of the COVID regulations by the South Africa government. It was noted that all Ataf staff are vaccinated. Management is consistently monitoring the COVID pandemic in order to respond adequately to ensure health and well-being staff is not compromised. Number 3, 2021 performance bonus and the cost of living salary adjustment. The committee considered the motivation for payment of performance bonuses, which outlined the exceptional performance of staff under very trying circumstances during 2021 due to COVID-19. The payment of performance bonuses is motivated by the exceptional performance of staff under very trying circumstances during 2021 COVID. It is testament to both the commitment and dedication of staff to the primary mandate of the organization of building effective and efficient tax administration systems on the continent that Ataf was able to perform at 125% of its planned output for 2021. Ataf had a total staff complement of 29 for 2021, and of which 26 may be considered for performance-related bonuses based on performance. An amount of 237 was approved in the 2022 budget for the payment of bonuses to staff. Number 4, cost of living salary adjustments. In the approved budget for 2022, a cost living salary adjustment of 3.5% was proposed. The proposed increase would add 585 per annum to the Ataf Secretariat remuneration budget. The year-on-year consumer price index rate to the South Africa as of January 2022 was 5.7%, and this does not factor in the increased price for fuel, other commodities, and interest rates currently being experienced. Whilst the proposed salary adjustment is well below the inflation rates, it is within the envelope of available funds Ataf Secretariat has available. A further consideration is that no salary adjustment was given to 2021, and the increased living costs have impacted on staff members' real income level. While historically the Ataf Secretariat staff were given an average cost of living adjustment of 5.5% per annum, given the need to improve cash reserves as part of ensuring greater sustainability, approval was sought from the committee to apply a general cost of living salary adjustment of 3.5% to all staff with effect from 1st January 2022. But also the committee requested following actions to the Secretariat. 1, from a governance perspective, the Secretariat should submit a scorecard to the Governance and Organization Committee to ensure measurement against key performance indicators. This will strengthen the submission to request payment of performance bonuses. 2, there is a need to contextualize austerity measures and find several ways to keep staff motivated. Last, performance bonus for the Executive Secretary. Direct reports will be dealt with separately before the Council meeting of today. The committee acknowledged the exceptional performance of the Secretariat, which grows year after year, and resolved to combine the approved budget allocation for both the payment of the proposed salary increase and performance bonuses for the Executive Secretary to initiate a process of paying higher performance bonuses and lower annual salary increases with a view to reducing Ataf's long-term employee costs. Pursuant to which the Governance Organizational Committee recommended the allocation of the combined base amount of 241,800 for the Executive Secretary to allocate as advised. The committee recommended the Council for approval. The HR report is on Annex B of this report. Chairman, submit. It was too long?
No, it's okay. Thank you. Merci. Et merci donc Pascal. Merci aux membres du comité gouvernance et donc et au secrétariat pour la qualité de cette présentation. Comme l'habitude, je vais soumettre à l'appréciation, aux commentaires, aux questions des membres du comité ici ou en ligne. La parole est à celui qui souhaiterait la prendre. En attendant, le comité a pris acte, comme il est dit, de la nomination de Madame Mary Ben en tant que secrétaire exécutif adjointe et chef de département des services aux membres et de la mobilisation des ressources. Au nom des autres membres du comité et du conseil, je voudrais très chaleureusement féliciter Madame Ben, Marie, que nous connaissons dans ses œuvres, tout ce qu'elle a fait, et lui assurer de l'accompagnement et de lui assurer de l'accompagnement des membres du conseil et dans ses missions. Et nous savons tout ce qu'elle a déjà contribué et nous savons qu'elle va encore donner davantage et nous nous assurons de notre disponibilité et de notre accompagnement. Je laisse toujours la parole ouverte pour les commentaires et observations. Je regarde ceux qui sont en ligne.
Tant que les membres du comité cogitent sous les rapports, il y a peut-être une chose à préciser ou que le secrétariat va pouvoir peut-être donner des amples explications et que nous, on a trouvé aussi fondées. C'est sur le performance bonus and the cost of living salary adjustment. Nous devons reconnaître qu'effectivement les agents de secrétariat ont, comme tout le monde évidemment, ont quand même fourni beaucoup, ont travaillé ardemment, même bien que nous soyons dans les temps pas aussi bons de Covid. Ils ont assez prouvé, bien que nous étions dans des situations un peu spéciales, ça ne les a pas empêchés effectivement de remplir bien leur mission. Les rapports qu'on a vus d'abord avec le comité de capacity building, ils n'ont pas lésiné à mettre tous les moyens à travailler et à pouvoir surpasser même les targets qui se sont donnés quant à l'accroissement des capacités et d'autres rapports qu'ils ont produits. En bref, nous pensons qu'il était assez justifié que cette performance bonus soit allouée aux agents du secrétariat et même ce cost of living, étant donné la situation d'inflation qui sévit actuellement et en plus en Afrique du Sud, surtout que certains sont des gens qui résident là-bas, ils ne sont pas en réalité des... En bref, on a pensé qu'il était assez justifié pour pouvoir accepter que les agents aient cette performance bonus et que le cost of living aussi soit ajusté. Bien entendu, il y a les conditions que le comité a dû poser, que le secrétaire doit devoir en tenir en considération. Merci.
Merci pour ce plaidoyer en plus de la présentation. Je vais passer la parole à Gambie qui a demandé. Après, Afrique du Sud a demandé la parole, je lui passerai la parole après la Gambie.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. We want to thank Secretariat again for this very good report that they have put before us for consideration. I will also join you in congratulating Mary for her new role in Ataf. She was great as a Commissioner General and also great in all the roles that she has performed in Ataf. I've known her for a very long time. So keep it up. We are very pleased with all the contributions you have made thus far. So now addressing the report proper, I will look at the last issue, particularly that is the issue of paying this performance bonus. We all know that motivation is very key, particularly when it comes to retention of this high quality, high caliber of staff that we have in Ataf. And I think the report has provided adequate explanation and justifications. They are entitled to, on average, an annual adjustment of 5.5%. That has been suppressed. And if you look at the current inflation rate and the adjustment that we are talking about here, it's still not compensating for the erosion of their purchasing power. So there is still a loss in the real value of the income they are getting, even after we have already approved this. So it makes it very imperative that we provide or we adopt or we approve this, so that at least there will be a semblance of restoration of their purchasing power, which I have said we cannot adequately compensate given the statistics that have been shared here. So beyond that, keep it up. I think so we are on a very sound footing, and we can only hope that the future can only be brighter. Thank you.
Yeah, merci la Gambie pour ces commentaires. Afrique du Sud, j'ai compris que l'Afrique du Sud a demandé.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, no specific comments. Just want to commend the committee on the good work done and in support of recommendations made. Thank you, Chair.
Merci. Autre commentaire? Moi aussi, le Togo supporte entièrement pour une organisation qui veut être performante, comme la Gambie l'a dit. Il faut savoir retenir des personnels qualifiés, compétitifs sur le plan international. Et donc, en termes de salaire, il faut quand même que ça soit... Nous voulons être une organisation internationale. Il faudrait que nos rémunérations, quand même, le salaire reflète nos ambitions et qu'il permette de retenir des personnes compétitives et des personnes qualifiées. En ce sens, moi, je maintiens parfaitement cette approbation. Mais ce qui m'embête un peu, c'est la date, le 1er janvier 2022. Ça veut dire qu'on doit retourner en arrière, alors que la loi dispose pour le futur. Qu'est-ce qu'on approuve? On approuve avec date effective le 1er janvier ou on l'affecte pour le futur. Sinon, le Togo approuve parfaitement l'amélioration des salaires comme proposé. Je mets au vote. D'abord, la date d'effet, c'est quand? 1er janvier ou une date de futur? Le comité, oui. Je vais laisser la parole au comité.
Merci. Je pense que nous avons pensé qu'il était aussi justifié qu'on commence avec le 1er janvier. Et nous l'avions aussi posé comme question, est-ce que avez-vous le budget pour qu'on commence par le mois de janvier? Ils ont dit que c'était d'accord. Au fait, si on s'était réunis bien avant, probablement qu'on aurait approuvé la proposition avant que l'année commence. Donc qu'on fasse une décision qui soit rétroactive, à mon avis, je crois que ce n'est pas du tout illégal. Les camps soient assez indépendants, assez outillés pour pouvoir prendre ces décisions. Et... Merci.
Monsieur le Président du comité, gouvernance, si on s'est réunis avant, ici on a dit qu'on s'était réunis en octobre, 28 octobre. On aurait pu examiner ce qui venait l'année prochaine. On a adopté le budget de 2022 en octobre. On aurait pu examiner ces aspects. Pourquoi on va examiner en milieu d'année et l'effet doit commencer en début d'année? C'est ce que moi je ne comprends pas. Pour le principe, je suis d'accord. Mais la date d'effet, mais c'est ouvert à l'appréciation des autres membres. Même si le secrétariat a d'autres éléments à nous apporter, c'est ouvert. Il semble que le Maroc aussi a demandé la parole. Si le Maroc veut prendre la parole, le Maroc a la parole. Le Maroc demande toujours la parole. Madame Léla du Maroc, je ne vois pas. S'il y a d'autres dans la salle. Est-ce que le secrétariat voudrait apporter un élément d'information par rapport à la date d'effet?
Monsieur le Président. Firstly, an annual increase normally relates, certainly in the case of Ataf, relates to the financial year. Our financial year is January to December. Secondly, when we present a budget in the previous year for the new year, we make a calculation to budget for that increase. But that is a budget provision. When we come to the April meeting of the Council, it is then for the Council to decide whether it wants to give that increase based on performance. Should Council decide it wants to give it, then the budget provision is already there. And it backdates to the time of the financial year because it is the increase for that financial year. So whether you give the increase in October or June or January, the budget is for the financial year which starts in January. So should Council decide, no, actually your performance was not of a nature that you must get anything, then we take that budget provision and we reprioritize it to something else. But we cannot come and ask you for salary adjustment, inflation adjustment, if we have not made provision in the budget for it. And so although it is in the budget, we cannot take it because you must make a decision based on our report of our performance of the previous year, whether you think we should be getting anything. And that is why we come to the April meeting to ask you, do you think staff has performed sufficiently? And if you think so, we're asking an inflationary adjustment and a performance adjustment. I want to remind the meeting, last year when I came to Council, I said, given COVID and despite the good performance, I do not think, and that was my recommendation, my personal recommendation to Council, I did not think we should get salary increases because the whole continent was contracting economically. And the only thing I requested was a vastly reduced, I think 30% or 35% of the normal bonus allocation, that we give staff that to reward their performance. And that is what we took last year in the same principle. This year, I'm also asking for that reduced, but I cannot not give them an inflationary adjustment for the second year. And that is why we are asking for this to the governance committee. We presented that. So that the direct answer to your question is 1st of January because it's the financial year, and presenting it in April is because that is the first opportunity we have to come to you to explain our performance, for you to make a decision whether you think we should get it or not. If you do think we should get it, there is a budget provision. If you don't think we should get it, we take the money and we apply it somewhere else. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire exécutif. Je pense que j'ai bien fait de poser cette question parce que vos éclaircissements par rapport à l'année dernière où vous n'avez pas soumis, je pense que ces éclaircissements pour l'ensemble du Conseil ici sont importants. Est-ce qu'ils votent en sachant que l'année dernière, vous n'avez pas demandé l'augmentation et que cette année, vous le demandez? Je pense que c'est quand même important que les uns les autres l'apprennent, puisque ça n'a pas apparu aussi dans le rapport. Ok, donc le Maroc avait demandé la parole, je ne le vois pas toujours, donc je soumets maintenant au vote. Donc à partir du 1er janvier, parce que c'est l'année fiscale ou l'année budgétaire, à partir du 1er janvier. Yes, Zambia and Uganda.
Yes, yes, Chair. It's agreed. 1st January. I think it's well deserved. Thank you.
Chair, I second that position. Thank you.
Ok, donc vote.
Supported by South Africa.
Pardon? South Africa. Donc, support par South Africa. So, Zambia propose le vote. Gambie, Uganda, Rwanda, Kenya. So, everybody, for the first time. To increase your salary. Good. Donc, on vient de finir la section 2. Merci aux membres pour votre concentration et autres. Le temps avance, mais on est quand même dans le temps. Je demanderai encore peut-être une trentaine de minutes pour la dernière section sur les questions de fond, en sachant que le point 2 ne fera pas l'objet de présentation. Donc, il va être le point 1 sur le programme de partenariat Ataf Afrique. Et directement, le point 2 donc, sera le préparatif de l'Assemblée générale. Et après, on viendra aux questions diverses. Sur ça, je vais prier le secrétaire exécutif, Logan, à présenter ses fonctions. C'est la dernière session pour le conseil de ce matin.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. We will be very, very quick. In this section, we will, as the Chairman said, deal with session 3, item number 1, and item number 3. Item number 2, with regards to the new governance program, we will discuss tomorrow when we have the meeting of the West, with the Council and the meeting with all the West African Commissioners General and Directors General. We will have one discussion. So on the issue of the Ataf Partnership Program, what we briefly want to explain and see if you want to give us any direction for is our work on the continent. Firstly, we have a program with the African Development Bank, and I've discussed last night with the chairman of Ataf and the former chairman of Ataf to try and see if we can push a further program with the president of the African Development Bank. Apart from the programs itself, we believe in terms of our financial sustainability model, our partnership with the African Development Bank is going to be central to expanding and solidifying the work of Ataf. So in this part, I will invite Mrs. Vasha Singh, who is the head of strategy, planning, international and membership affairs, including our affairs with donors, to briefly take you through, very briefly take you through the key elements of our partnership with the African Development Bank. Thereafter, I will invite Deputy Executive Secretary to take you through the program we have with the African Union Commission, and hopefully they'll be brief enough for you to ask some questions before we all lose concentration. So with your permission, Mr. Chairman, may I please ask Mrs. Singh to make a brief input. Thank you.
Thank you, and a very good afternoon to the committee and to the chairperson and the executive secretary. On the relationship with the African Development Bank, Ataf has had a relationship with the bank that goes right back to when Ataf was formed in 2010. In 2009, and the support from the bank has been since 2010. We've received a grant from the bank which ended in September 2021, which has supported the previous strategic plan of Ataf. we are now looking at the collaboration and how we strengthen the relationship with the bank. And there are 3 areas that we have looked at. So the one is the continued funding by the bank for the Ataf strategic plan. And as indicated in the Finance and Audit Committee, we did have a proposal on illicit financial flows, which was requested by the bank for us to submit. However, that funding has not materialized, and we have, however, received funding from 3 other donors, which has enabled us to continue the activities on illicit financial flow. The bank is looking at a proposal for $4.2 million, which we have an assessment for on the 16th of this month, and thereafter should be approved by September. So that is the one part. The second part is that Ataf is engaging with the bank on other projects. So the one is on the Public Finance Management Academy, and particularly on the work that the Academy is doing on domestic resource mobilization. Council members earlier this year have participated, including the Executive Secretary and the Chairperson, in the conference on domestic resource mobilization. I think what is important to note here is that the bank recognizes Ataf as being the lead for domestic resource mobilization on the continent, and is allowing Ataf to take the lead in putting together the program for training of other public officials. The second is on research. We are working on a proposal with the bank to support them on a research on domestic resource mobilization in Central Africa. Many council members will recall that in 2010, Ataf did a similar research with the bank, and that focused on East Africa. So this will now focus on Central Africa, where Ataf is going in as the lead in terms of the statistics that we collect in the Africa Tax Outlook, and will provide that part of the input into the research. The third aspect in terms of our cooperation is on the implementation that the Executive Secretary indicated in his report. So that means that the bank has country programs, and as part of the country programs, there's an aspect of tax. And what we have been discussing with the bank is that Ataf will be the implementer for those programs on the taxation activities, and that they would be able to then pay Ataf for the services that Ataf renders as part of the tax activities that we will implement as part of their country programs. So we are looking at a few countries that Ataf could possibly assist on, and we are looking at how we could use this as a pilot in the coming months. However, I think this is something that we would request the committee for their support in terms of how we could get this raised at the African Development Bank, and to make sure that Ataf could play this role. When we talk about sustainability and in terms of Ataf, this is something that could lead to the sustainability, where Ataf could provide this consultancy role to the tax programs of the bank. The bank's country programs have, will lead to a fiscal reliance for those countries as well. And in that case, Ataf would also be able to raise the necessary funds that is required, especially in terms of the institutional capacity of the Secretariat. The last part, which we are trying to also look at with the bank, is the annual meetings that are upcoming, and working with the African Union to try to get to a side event that could be held during the annual meeting, so that Ataf's role can be also raised to the various role players that are attending the meetings of the bank. Thank you.
Si, donc, on est là. Good.
Thank you, Chair and members of Council. And before I give the updates on the work that we are doing on the African Union, with the African Union Commission, as well as the work on illicit financial flows, I wish to thank you, Chair, and members of the Council for the very kind words said to me, and indeed for the confidence vested in me, and I will do my best to support, to work for the Secretariat well as the Deputy Executive Secretary. Chair, in regard to the African Union Commission, then the work that we are doing with them, you will recall that previously we had reported that there was a serious disconnect between tax policy and administration, and a larger part of our work was to try and build a nexus between the two. So the work that we are doing is really to create a close connection between the political and fiscal policies on the continent. In a nutshell, and very briefly, what we have been able to achieve, other than what the Executive Secretary talked about earlier regarding the work that we are doing in the global tax reforms, we were able to come up with a proposal that we tabled before the rest of the members of the inclusive framework. As you know, Ataf is an observer at that meeting, but we were able to participate in that, and we were able to provide responses and positions from ourselves and the African Union that articulated the policy direction that had been provided in the common position that I spoke to earlier. And so we were able to, together with the African Union, to continuously advise our members throughout the process. The other areas that we were able to work on were, as a decision of the last meeting that we had on the continental discussion on building a nexus between tax policy and administration that was jointly organized with the African Union, and we were able, they came up with recommendations, and one of the recommendations was that we provide technical support on all tax matters. And one of the key recommendations was the formation of a subcommittee of the African Union on tax and illicit financial flows. And this committee has since been operationalized, and it sat 1 month ago in Zimbabwe, Harare. And they were able to discuss a few things. And one of the key elements is what Mr. Karanja from KRA talked to earlier regarding the informal sector. And one of the recommendations is that we use the work that has been developed by Ataf on the informal sector to guide the countries in the interim as we come up with, key work in this sector and in this area. The other issue I wanted to talk to, Mr. Chairman, is the establishment of the African Union desk, Ataf desk at the African Union that deals with all these tax matters. And we are even currently supporting them in organizing a meeting they have on tax matters with the IMF, and we will be organizing the next specialized technical committee of the Ministers of Finance that is slated for the tail end of July. At this meeting, we'll be discussing matters to do with illicit financial flows. Chairman, you recall that in the meeting that you and the Executive Secretary had with His Excellency Ambassador Muchanga last year, at the end of last year, one of the issues discussed was that we ensure that we participate in all the tax discussions to support the African Union whenever they are invited, and we have been doing this, and in so doing we're able to help them develop a tax strategy and a strategy on IFFs. So as we speak, the African Union has two drafts, the draft tax strategy and the draft IFF strategy that have been adopted by their subcommittee on tax and illicit financial flows, and that will be taken to the STC in July. Chair, that is, those are some of the highlights, and that is the work of the African Union continues to be at the epicenter of the work that we are doing, especially on tax policy on the continent. And like the Executive Secretary said, this is an area that we continue to nurture because the policy guidance they provide enables us to do this work and to support countries much better than we were able to before. Thank you. That is what I had to submit in terms of the African Union. With your permission, Chair, I don't know if do I go to the illicit financial flows? Thank you. Chairman, members of the committee, in relation to the work that Ataf is doing on illicit financial flows, as you know, Ataf is a member of the consortium on illicit financial flows that is jointly chaired by President Mbeki and the African Union, and we're also on the working committee or the working group that technically handles the recommendations that were given by the high-level panel in their report of 2015. So part of the work that we do here can be organized in 4 sections. There's the work that we do in transfer pricing, that work that we do in promoting tax transparency, the work on treaties, and on trade misinvoicing. We continue to provide support in the different areas through our work programs and our technical assistance reports, and we did talk about that earlier, and the Executive Secretary also gave a report on what we have been able to do. We have been able to collect, at least in as far as international tax is concerned, and especially in transfer pricing, we've been able to recover at least 100.2 billion that was collected, and we have assessed in excess of 3 billion that we hope will be also, that at least a large fraction of that will come in. We have been able also to support different countries where litigation came up. Our auditors and our experts have been able to go in, swear oaths of secrecy, and support these countries. I have already talked about the work that we did on the 2-pillar solution. Of course, a large part of that is to try and see if that new rules are fit for purpose in Africa, but also that they are simple enough for people to follow, and we continue to do so. So, Chair, in as far as standard setting is concerned, that's what we have been able to do, and we continue to work on these illicit financial flows. Even at the level of the Secretariat, we have come up with a strategy that we will be sharing later in the year. This strategy is aligned to the one of the African Union because, like the Executive Secretary said earlier, Ataf is the implementing partner. I thank you, Chair.
Merci, Madame Vassa, Mary et Logan, les secrétaires exécutifs. Donc nous venons d'avoir les 3 points importants des questions de fond. Donc la collaboration avec la Banque africaine de développement, notre collaboration avec l'Union africaine et nos contributions sur les fronts flux financiers illicites. Je vais ouvrir maintenant le débat si les gens ont des questions, des contributions, des commentaires. Vous avez la parole, aussi bien en présentiel qu'en ligne, si vous avez des commentaires, des observations sur les 3 questions de fond. Partenariat avec la Banque africaine de développement, notre partenariat avec l'Union africaine et notre contribution aux travaux sur les flux financiers illicites. Commentaire? Nous savons que, yes, le doyen Ouattara.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais, avant tout propos, vous remercier fraternellement de l'invitation que vous m'avez lancée pour me permettre d'assister à ces travaux du Conseil de l'Ataf en qualité d'observateur. Et la Direction générale des impôts de Côte d'Ivoire se réjouit de cette invitation. Je crois qu'il y a déjà 3-4 mois, nous avons eu l'occasion de recevoir M. Logan avec M. Babatunde, une délégation de 4 personnes. Et nous avions indiqué que nous venions à petits pas pour adhérer véritablement à cette organisation africaine qui est pleine d'avenir parce qu'elle touche à des questions de fond, notamment en ce qui concerne la mobilisation des ressources intérieures, des ressources domestiques. Alors je voudrais vraiment vous remercier, Monsieur le Président, et à travers vous remercier tous les membres, et notamment le secrétariat exécutif de l'Ataf. Alors je voudrais apporter peut-être une petite contribution, je ne sais pas si elle vient à propos, sur la dernière partie, le partenariat. Je crois que j'avais indiqué à M. Logan que certains pays sont déjà membres d'autres organisations qui traitent un peu des mêmes thématiques que la TAF, et que le vœu serait que la TAF puisse se rapprocher de ces organisations-là pour ne pas connaître des thématiques redondantes. En ce qui concerne la Côte d'Ivoire, nous avons un partenariat avec l'OCDE. Monsieur le Président, vous-même, vous savez que nous sommes membres du CREDAF également. Et la Côte d'Ivoire est membre du cadre inclusif voilà, de l'OCDE. Et nous avons suggéré que on ne demandera pas la fusion, que ces organisations-là puissent peut-être se parler à travers les secrétariats exécutifs et avoir peut-être des partenariats sur des thématiques qui intéressent tous les pays. Et là, bon, dans le partenariat, je vois que nous sommes restés au niveau institutionnel, notamment la Banque africaine de développement, l'Union africaine, mais on touche à une question de fond, qui est la question des flux illicites. Cette question-là est transversale, elle est mondiale. Je pense que la petite contribution que je souhaiterais apporter à ces assises, c'est que nous puissions regarder également de ce côté-là et voir quelles sont les institutions internationales qui traitent de cette thématique, quel est l'apport de l'Ataf et qu'est-ce que l'Ataf peut également tirer comme avantage de ces éventuels partenariats. Voilà, Monsieur le Président, la petite contribution que je souhaiterais apporter et vous remercier encore une fois pour l'invitation que vous avez lancée à la Côte d'Ivoire pour participer à ces travaux en qualité d'observateur. Merci beaucoup.
Merci encore une fois, le directeur général Ouattara de la Côte d'Ivoire. D'abord pour, comme je l'avais déjà dit, pour avoir accepté venir en tant qu'invité spécial. Nous, on n'a pas d'observateur, vous êtes membre d'office. En tant que pays africain, vous êtes membre d'office, donc invité spécial parce que c'est le conseil, normalement ça devait être que des membres du conseil. Donc quand vous êtes un pays que vous n'êtes pas membre du conseil, la TAF vous invite comme un invité spécial. Vous participez au débat, c'est seulement le vote, s'il y a le vote auquel normalement vous ne devez pas participer. Donc vous êtes là, bienvenue, vous êtes dans votre maison et soyez à l'aise. S'agissant de la question, demain on reviendra sur ces questions de positionnement et de l'avenir avec la TAF dans les 10 prochaines années. Demain après-midi, la rencontre entre le secrétariat exécutif et les directions générales de l'Afrique de l'Ouest et tous ceux qui souhaiteront être, je pense que ça viendra. S'agissant, je vais laisser la parole tout à l'heure au secrétaire exécutif. S'agissant des partenariats, nous sommes en partenariat avec toutes ces institutions, le CDI et autres, CREDAF autres, mais je pense qu'ils ont choisi de mettre plus le focus sur ceux qui ont un intérêt plus proche de nous. L'OCDE, c'est l'organisation, si vous le définissez, qui n'est pas une organisation africaine, quand bien même s'il nous intéresse à nos questions. Personne ne peut s'occuper, même vous avez beau être étranger, avoir les bonnes intentions, vous ne pouvez pas mieux vous occuper de nous que de nous-mêmes. Nous, on est une organisation africaine. C'est pourquoi on s'est limité de parler de notre partenariat avec les institutions africaines. Si c'est nos partenariats avec... tout à l'heure, ils avaient dit, on est financé par plusieurs pays, plusieurs partenaires techniques et financiers. On peut revenir là-dessus. Je vais passer tout à l'heure la parole au secrétaire exécutif, il va en parler. Mais avant d'être cadre inclusif, nous on est membre, même le Togo est membre, l'Ataf est membre. Mais personne ne peut, quel que soit le degré d'amitié, même Mobutu disait, entre un frère et un ami, le choix est clair. Entre la BAD et le CDE, ou l'Union africaine, le CDE, le choix devait être clair. Moi, je pense en ce sens qu'ils ont choisi de présenter. Mais je vais laisser la parole au secrétaire exécutif. Merci.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, également, Monsieur Kotara, pour votre question. I think the biggest space of tax work and technical assistance and growing domestic resource mobilization historically has been interventions that has been in our association either with CREDAF from a Francophone perspective or the Commonwealth Tax Secretariat from an Anglophone perspective, and then in our relationship with the dominant country, so it's either with France or with Portugal or Brazil in a Lusophone or with England. And so that is history that I think all of us know, and especially those who have been around longer. The idea of Ataf is not a competition with others. It is a generation of an African ability to raise our own capability and to bring in an African experience with African expertise, because our administration, our socio-political conditions demands a different understanding of what reforms we need, not just a prescription that is often the case with IMF or World Bank in our experience. And so over the years, we have worked very closely. In fact, the OECD has been a key pillar in the formation of Ataf, and we have a memorandum of understanding with the OECD. We've been working closely with the OECD since 2008. And so part of our work in the inclusive framework is that association. But we need to be clear in our minds that although we have this association, our interests are not the same. Because the OECD is represented by 35 countries that owns 90% of the world economy. And so the interest of taxation, the interest on trade, and all of that will not be to our advantage. So even though they invite us, it doesn't necessarily mean they will give us a better deal. We must fight for those deals. And to do that, we need to understand what our interest is. Sorry if I sound like I'm giving a lecture, but I'm trying to explain that it's about but we cannot do this without a partnership. So it's about understanding. You know, in politics, they say you can choose your friends, but you cannot choose your comrades. Because if you have the same cause, you cannot choose. But if you are social, you can choose who you want to have tea with. So in this world where we are fighting for taxing rights and we're fighting for a fair share, we need to understand that there are partners we need. And so when we associate as Commonwealth countries, formerly colonized by the UK as a Commonwealth association, because we have a benefit there. When we do it as CREDAF, we have a benefit there. When we do it as Ataf, we have a benefit there. And my approach and the approach of the organization over the time has been, we are not competing. We must work together. For example, next Thursday, I am having a meeting with CREDAF. And since the new executive secretary has been appointed, we have had regular engagements with Ismaila Diallo, who is the deputy secretary, as well as, and in June, as I told you earlier, in June, I will be attending the annual meeting of CREDAF. So that is how the relationship is going. What we say in ATAP is that our philosophy, our approach is different. I'm not saying it's better, it is different. Number one, we have conferences, yes, but we have training programs throughout the year. We have our own technical programs. Our programs are a lot deeper than that which is offered by the OECD or the World Bank or the IMF or the tax inspectors without borders. Because we don't come in for a week and go home. When we come to your country, we stay for 3 years. We stay for 5 years. So without making a long story, your point is absolutely right, Mr. Ouattara. The reason we all need to be here is because we understand the need to build domestic resources and a partnership within ourselves over a long period of time. So Mrs. Baini and the team, Dr. Nakanabo and Mrs. Kande, they run our programs throughout the continent. And you can see we've been in Eswatini for 7 years. We've been in Botswana for 5 years. We are starting in Burkina. We've been in Liberia. Sorry for the long answer. But the point is that what makes ATAF is that we want to make a long-lasting, deeper impact that is an African association, which is not a political construct. So I agree. We must work with everybody. We must work with the IMF, for the World Bank, and we are. We must work with the OECD. We must work with CARTA and CREDA. But we must also know who we are and how deep we want to go. So that is why, Mr. Chairman, I think that our program is very important. Thank you.
Merci encore, Monsieur Ouattara. Même un exemple palpable, notre aîné, Ahmad Nani, était le président du conseil de l'Ataf. Actuellement, il est le président de CAT, donc Commonwealth Association of Tax. Donc, on peut collaborer, mais comme il a dit, on doit savoir qui nous sommes. On peut diriger, on peut être membre. Nous, on était CREDAF avant de venir, on était président du CREDAF, on est aujourd'hui ici, mais on doit savoir qui nous sommes, comme on a dit. Et comme je l'ai dit aussi, entre un ami et un frère, le choix peut être clair. Les autres disent que le choix est clair. Voilà, je profite pour souhaiter la bienvenue à la délégation du Niger. Il y a le directeur général adjoint du Niger qui est parmi nous. Vous êtes les bienvenus à cette réunion du Conseil élargie avec donc également le Niger à cette réunion comme un invité spécial, puisqu'il n'est pas membre du Conseil. Je pense que le Gabon est toujours en l'air en train d'arriver. Le Ghana aussi devait arriver, mais demain, on a d'autres rencontres. Donc, concernant les 3 questions de fond, est-ce qu'il y a encore d'autres commentaires? Merci à M. Ouattara pour cette importante contribution. Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres commentaires? Je ne vois pas d'autres commentaires. Donc, nous allons passer... donc, on prend note. On approuve les différentes présentations. Il reste la deuxième coin sur la préparation de l'Assemblée. Voilà. Good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Finally, the last item. On the 31st of October till the 5th of November, we must have the annual general meeting of Ataf, the organization. We have the annual general meeting every 2 years, and that is the time when we must elect a new ATAF council. A council only serves 2 years. And so this General Assembly that must take place will have a theme for discussion, but also it will have the annual general meeting. Oh, there's a presentation. It will have the, I will be quick. It will have the annual general meeting that happens on the first day, the meeting. So the annual general meeting happens over 5 days. On the first day is a meeting of the council and a meeting of the donors. On the second day, there's a meeting of the General Assembly where we have the ceremony and we have a theme, and we are proposing a theme which I will tell you now. On the third day, in this case the 2nd of November, we will have a meeting of members, only members, so all the guests will be excused for that afternoon, and we will have a meeting of the members where we will present the finances, the report of council to its members. The chairman will prepare a report where it will give the work of this council to all the members, the work of the past 2 years. And then we will proceed where the council will step down and we will elect a new council. We will elect on that day, on the 2nd of November, a new chairperson, or shall I say a chairperson, a vice chairperson. 2 members will be elected on the council from the floor, and the rest of the members will be elected in sub-regional caucuses. In other words, there will be a breakaway for West Africa, Southern Africa, East Africa, etc., and they will elect a representative. When they come back, they will tell us the representative for West Africa maybe is Gambia, and then Gambia will be on the council, and that is how we elect the 10 members of council. Running up to that period, we issue documents to explain the procedure, and we explain also the nominations. You can nominate yourself, or you can nominate someone else. There are papers that we send you to do this nomination. We also have a meeting of all the country correspondents where we explain the election procedure, and then we conduct the election. In the past, we used to conduct the election through auditing firms, but because the election really is so simple, we do it ourselves in front of everybody in a see-through box, where the whole meeting can observe what is taking place. So that is what is going to happen. And then on the last day, we end the conference theme. There's a lot of panel discussions, and normally the host on the last day would take you on an excursion to their country to show you something nice, or normally what they do, and then from there people go home. So it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-day event that we have every 2 years. In between that, we have a normal annual conference without elections. So, Mr. Chairman, that is the procedure. This council's work will come to an end. The last meeting of this council will take place on the 31st of October in the country where the General Assembly will be. For this year, we would like to propose, we normally give you a number of themes. Now I've lost my place on my paper. But for this year, we would like to propose a General Assembly theme. If I can find it here. We think that given the economic turndown, given the pressure on revenue, given the changes in tax to GDP ratio, that we must have a different face, because COVID and the economic depression has brought a lot of hardship in a lot of countries, not only for business but for people. And we want this year to focus on the human face of taxation. We don't have a say over policy, we don't have a say over how the budget is used, but we collect the money. And so we want to propose that we have the theme of our conference this year to be, it's up there, rethinking revenue strategies, the human face of taxation. So what in our current revenue strategy should we retain? What are the new frontiers of revenue collection? And how does all of this create the fiscal space for improved spending on health, welfare, education, and social development within our communities? We want to bring a human face to taxation with this conference, and we think that we can bring ourselves and some good experts in the diaspora to talk about health, welfare, education, and the role of taxation, so that your role as heads of tax in revenue collection can be brought closer to the impact it has on educating the African child. And that is what we are proposing for our theme this year. Finally, Mr. Chairman, our annual conference was, our General Assembly was going to be in Zambia this year. Regrettably, the Commissioner General informed us, as you know, it's a newly appointed Commissioner General, and he informed us about a week ago that given the economic circumstances that he inherited there, he's not able to host. So we do not have a host for our General Assembly from the 31st to the 5th of November. So we will be asking any country, not here in this meeting, we will be asking any country who would like to host to indicate to us if they would like to host. What does hosting involve? It involved something like this, just a conferencing, because when you host, our members pay for their own travel, their own accommodation, they must sort out their own per diems, everything. You don't pay for any of that. You just arrange protocol, transport from the airport, transport back to the airport, a dinner, a reception or two. So the expenses to the country is not for all the delegates. It is for hosting like you are hosting a meeting. And so if any of you are in a position to do that, please let us know. The information I have, because I was there, is that the last 3 big meetings we had were all held in English-speaking countries. In Botswana, in South Africa, hosted by Ataf. So I'm saying that because South Africa is in the meeting, they've not hosted. It was Ataf who hosted the head office, Yolandi. And also we've had Nigeria hosting in 2017, I remember. And Ataf Secretariat we hosted in 2016. So it is open to anybody who would like to host. The only thing we require, because of COVID, is that the entry requirements in your country mustn't be difficult, because then it's going to be difficult for people to come. If people must have a certificate of vaccination, another test, and a yellow fever, and another paper, and another paper, they will simply say, I'm not going. So if your country is a little bit easier and relaxed, you can make your provisions for health. But if your country's entry requirements is a little bit easier, it will make it easier. Chair, I've spoken long enough. That is the theme. We will do all the preparations, and we will allow this council to hand over to the new council in the best possible way. We need a host, and we would like you to consider our theme. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire exécutif. Je vois la main du Nigeria. Nigeria, vous avez la parole.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and the Executive Secretary. Mine is not much a comment. It's rather to appreciate the big family and congratulate all of us for this beautiful meeting. Some people called the secretarial staff hardworking staff. I think they're not just doing a very good work, but they're very, very smart people. And in addition to that, the smartness is about playing out again here from the comment made by the Executive Secretary, which suggests that they're tired of going to the English-speaking countries. I think my intention was not to say a single word, just listen, learn, and use what I learned to improve on what I'm going to do at Qatar. But I think I have to protest here. This is not the best avenue to indicate interest, but I will protest on behalf of the English-speaking countries that we are given another chance to host the event. And if that chance is going to anybody, it should go to Nigeria, particularly in Lagos, Nigeria. Thank you.
J'ai vu aussi Ouattara sourire. Je vais lui laisser la parole aussi sur la question d'abriter la prochaine Assemblée générale. Monsieur Ouattara, vous avez la parole.
Invitation spéciale. Et puis, on vous reviendra. Merci beaucoup.
Très bien. Bon, d'ici, l'Afrique du Sud a la main levée. Yeah, South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm in support of the theme that is proposed by the Executive Secretariat team. South Africa, if there's no other countries that's able to host, I take note that we are an English-speaking country from a hosting perspective, but we will be more than willing to also host the October-November Council meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Donc, on a deux. Ouattara, tu devais lever le défi. Hein? On compte sur Ouattara pour lever le défi. Et notre pays est Sénégal. Notre grand frère. Sénégal.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Donc, à l'image du directeur général de la DGI de Côte d'Ivoire, M. Ouattara, je voudrais vous remercier pour l'invitation que vous avez honorée, n'est-ce pas, nous permettant de prendre part aux travaux, n'est-ce pas, de votre conseil. Et je représente monsieur le directeur général des impôts et des domaines du Sénégal, empêché. Et je voudrais d'abord dire que avant le début du conseil, des travaux du conseil, monsieur Logan m'a lancé un message et j'ai très vite compris, n'est-ce pas, qu'il voulait demander aux pays de l'Afrique de l'Ouest de s'impliquer davantage dans les travaux de l'Ataf. Donc, ce n'est pas tombé dans l'oreille d'un sourd. Le Sénégal a été membre de l'Ataf, membre fondateur. Nous avons été très, très engagés, très, très actifs dans la fondation et la mise en place de l'Ataf en tant que pays francophone. Mais vous avez raison. Vous avez tout à l'heure rappelé qu'avec le départ d'un certain nombre de managers au niveau de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, ce départ a un peu tiédi, n'est-ce pas, un peu annulé l'engagement, n'est-ce pas, d'un certain nombre de pays dans les travaux de l'Ataf. Là, je marque mon accord. Le Sénégal était très, très impliqué, mais avec le départ de nos anciens DG, on a connu un petit repli, n'est-ce pas? Donc, un petit repli qui a été exacerbé par la crise pandémique qui a affecté, n'est-ce pas, tout le monde. Mais au tout début, n'est-ce pas, le Sénégal était extrêmement impliqué et moi-même, j'ai eu à participer personnellement au tout début, n'est-ce pas, en tant que panéliste sur beaucoup de conférences de haut niveau au niveau de l'Ataf dans les années 2010. Donc, c'est vous dire que depuis, on ne sent plus l'engagement du Sénégal. Je voudrais également vous signifier ici que je n'ai pas voulu prendre la parole en tant qu'observateur, j'ai voulu me mettre à jour. Écouter, n'est-ce pas, pour m'approprier, n'est-ce pas, tout ce qui a été réalisé par l'Ataf, comprendre un peu les travaux qui ont été effectués par l'Ataf pour, n'est-ce pas, pouvoir rendre fidèlement compte à l'autorité que je représente ici. Donc, je sais, en tant que délégué du cadre inclusif de l'OCDE, donc je prends part à tous les travaux de l'OCDE. D'ailleurs, dans quelques jours, on va encore retourner au niveau du cadre inclusif pour tenir les réunions des 11, 12 et 13 en ce qui concerne les travaux sur les deux piliers. Mais j'avoue que la TAF a beaucoup fait dans le dégagement d'une position commune africaine. Et nous tous, nous avons été assistés, n'est-ce pas, pour pouvoir prendre position sur des considérations techniques extrêmement complexes. Je sais que l'ATAF a beaucoup participer, contribuer, n'est-ce pas, au champ d'application aussi, sur le Nexus également. Vous avez fait d'importants travaux qui ont permis un peu au cadre inclusif, n'est-ce pas, de tenir compte des intérêts de l'Afrique. Vous l'avez fait en ce qui concerne l'imposition minimum, n'est-ce pas, en nous permettant, n'est-ce pas, d'avoir ce taux minimum d'imposition, et vous êtes en train de continuer de le faire parce que les travaux sont toujours en cours. Donc, c'est vous dire que nous sommes très très conscients du rôle que vous êtes en train de jouer pour permettre à l'Afrique, n'est-ce pas, d'augmenter la tonalité de sa voix au niveau de ce cadre inclusif. Donc, voilà un peu les quelques contributions que je voulais faire, n'est-ce pas, et en ce qui concerne l'importance du rôle que cette organisation, n'est-ce pas, apporte à l'Afrique tout entière. Bon, maintenant, pour la participation, donc je prends note. Je ne voudrais pas, donc pour l'organisation de la 7e Assemblée Générale, je ne voudrais pas trop m'engager parce que je représente le directeur général ici, mais je prends bonne note, n'est-ce pas, que l'Ataf est en train de chercher, n'est-ce pas, un pays pour accueillir la 7e Assemblée Générale et qu'il voudrait lancer un clé d'œil au pays de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, donc dans un espace francophone. Donc je ne manquerai pas de porter le message à l'attention du directeur général des impôts et domaines du Sénégal. Merci.
Merci Sénégal, merci vraiment pour ces commentaires très riches. Mais quand vous dites que l'Ataf est en train de chercher, c'est comme Ataf est perdu. Hein? Ataf, c'est pas ça, hein? Ataf souhaite les pays volontaires qui souhaitent abriter. Si le Sénégal est volontaire, il est le bienvenu. Avant de clôturer, je ne sais pas s'il y a d'autres commentaires, je vais laisser les chefs de délégation à dire un petit mot avant de clôturer. Et à commencer par surtout nos amis qui viennent d'arriver. Bon, ceux qui ont longuement parlé, ils peuvent en dispenser, mais ceux qui viennent d'arriver, ceux qui sont là, s'ils peuvent dire un mot, ils sont vraiment les bienvenus, et ceux qui souhaitent le dire. Donc je vais passer la parole à Zambie, mais essayons d'être bref comme... Merci, je vous remercie. Mais préparez-vous, hein, les chefs de délégation, si certains souhaitent dire un mot, ils sont les bienvenus, avant qu'on ait clôture.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief. On behalf of the Commissioner General, I think we are humbled by the positive response in terms of taking up the challenge that we initially needed to take up of hosting the meeting. The reasons for not hosting, I think, have been ably explained by the Executive Secretary. I think they had a detailed chat with the Commissioner General regarding that particular reason. But would like to thank Nigeria for protecting the interests of English-speaking countries to still be in contest. We want to put it on record. And then we just also wanted to mention, without commitment, that we hope we'll be treated like someone who has just divorced. They are not prohibited from remarrying the person. So to use that illustration, unless they divorce for reasons of violence or life-threatening activity. So there are still possibilities in the event that there are some logistical challenges for those that have expressed commitment. I think we are still open in the race, and I hope that we'll be allowed to recontest this. I just wanted to put that on record. Thank you very much, Chair.
Merci Zambie. Qui souhaite prendre la parole pour clôturer? Mozambique, s'il vous plaît.
Obrigado mais uma vez. Boa tarde a todos. Como foi dito, eu estou em representação da Presidente da Autoridade Tributária de Moçambique, a doutora Amélia Mwendane. E não gostaria de deixar aqui de transmitir as saudações dela ao Conselho e, em particular, ao Presidente e ao Secretário Executivo do Ataf. mas também eu sou portador também da intenção de Moçambique, espero que não esteja ultrapassado, mas da intenção de Moçambique, portanto, acolher esta 7ª Assembleia do Ataf. Obrigado.
Regarde, tu comprends que j'ai dit qu'on n'est pas en train de chercher. Et un autre, Niger, vous avez la parole.
Alors, bonsoir à tous. Vous avez constaté que nous venons de faire notre entrée. Donc, au nom du directeur général des impôts du Niger, je tiens à remercier la présidence de... Ah, ok. La présidence de l'Ataf pour l'invitation spéciale qui nous a été effectivement envoyée. Ça, c'est une marque d'attention, particulièrement à l'égard de notre pays. Et comme la Côte d'Ivoire, nous sommes aussi membres observateurs. Donc, j'ai retenu un mot en venant dans la salle, notamment ce qu'a dit le secrétaire exécutif, que l'ATAF, c'est une organisation africaine qui propose des solutions africaines à nos problèmes africains. Donc ça, c'est des solutions taillées sur mesure, effectivement, c'est ce qui m'a particulièrement ravi. Ce n'est pas pour autant que nous ne voulons pas des autres solutions, que nous cherchons à adapter à nos contextes, mais ça, effectivement, nous vivons notre contexte réel et nous allons chercher nos propres solutions. C'est en cela que vraiment, ça m'a beaucoup ravi d'entendre ce mot-là. Donc pour dire par rapport à l'organisation, à l'accueil de la 7e Assemblée générale, comme l'a dit le grand frère Ouattara, effectivement nous sommes observateurs, donc nous laissons la possibilité à ceux qui sont membres déjà de se prononcer par rapport à ça. Mais sinon, effectivement, si on trouve comme le Sénégal, ils sont de l'autre côté, en Afrique de l'Ouest, on souhaite accueillir ça quand même. Mais je serai le porte-voix effectivement de cette question, arriver à Niamey, voir si c'est possible d'organiser ça, Inch'Allah. Merci.
Merci infiniment le Niger. Et comme j'avais répondu à la Côte d'Ivoire, vous n'êtes pas observateur, vous êtes invité spécial. Vous êtes de naissance membre de l'Ataf. Tous les pays ou toutes les administrations africaines sont membres. Maintenant, est-ce que vous êtes actif ou vous n'êtes pas actif? C'est ça qu'il faut activer. C'est ça, ok? Sinon, en tant que membre, comme vous n'êtes pas du conseil, on vous invite à assister, vous êtes invité spécial. Ok? Donc nous prenons note que vous prenez note d'en parler à votre DG. On peut aussi organiser comme la CAN entre deux pays. Vous prenez une partie, nous prenons, comme on est côte à côte. Très bien. Donc, je pense que le DG du Gabon est arrivé. Le DG du Gabon est arrivé. Donc
c'est pas le DG, c'est...
Ok, très bien. C'est une prière, hein. Peut-être que ça va vite venir. Le DG, je la parole au Gabon, alors. À la délégation.
Alors, le DG, je crois que... il aura l'occasion de vous rencontrer tout à l'heure pour vous présenter ses civilités. Malheureusement, il n'a pas pu venir dans la salle. On arrive à peine. Mais naturellement, le Gabon est toujours content, très heureux de se retrouver dans des événements, des réunions de la TAF. Le Gabon fait partie des pays fondateurs. Parce que nous avons toujours cru qu'effectivement, il faut une voix africaine qui porte les problématiques africaines sur les questions de fiscalité. Donc, nous sommes heureux de constater que nous avons fait du chemin depuis et que cette voix africaine sur des questions qui nous sont propres, qui nous sont spécifiques, est entendue aujourd'hui dans le monde entier. Et donc, encore une fois, je pense que nous allons toujours nous efforcer de continuer à apporter notre contribution pour le rayonnement de notre organisation. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Comme vous venez de rentrer dans la salle, il y a une question de celui qui sera, quel pays sera volontaire à organiser la prochaine assemblée, la 7e assemblée générale en novembre prochain. Vous pouvez continuer par réfléchir. On est là jusqu'à demain.
D'accord, on va continuer à
avec le DG, vous donnerez une réponse. Nous, on s'est convenu avec le Niger pour, comme la canne, prendre partie, moitié. Ok, je ne vois pas d'autres mains. Ici, Burkina Faso, excusez-moi. Merci.
Okay, merci bien, Monsieur le Président. Je me nomme Ouedraogo Idrissa. Je représente le directeur général des impôts du Burkina, qui a bien voulu être là, mais malheureusement, nous venons d'avoir un changement au niveau de la tête de notre administration fiscale. Donc, il m'a chargé de le représenter en tant que directeur de la législation et du contentieux de la DGI du Burkina Faso. Donc, c'est vraiment un plaisir pour nous de participer à ce conseil et nous tenons vraiment à remercier le secrétaire exécutif pour cette confiance placée au Burkina, qui a toujours participé aux activités de l'Ataf. Donc le DG a tenu à me dire également de vous traduire sa satisfaction pour la confiance qui a été portée à notre compatriote Dr Nakanabo Aboubakar pour accompagner le secrétaire exécutif de l'Ataf dans l'atteinte de ces missions, dont la finalité est d'accompagner les États membres en vue de l'amélioration de la collecte des recettes. En ce qui concerne l'organisation de l'AG, nous aurions aimé bien l'organiser au Burkina. Ça allait vraiment être un plaisir pour nous. Mais malheureusement, nous sommes dans une situation politique sociale assez un peu difficile. Ce qui fait que on ne désiste pas, mais c'est bien noté dans notre calendrier, peut-être pour la prochaine fois. Voilà, nous serons en tout cas se porter volontaire pour organiser cette assemblée générale. Mais du reste, du retour à Ouaga, je rendrai compte au DG et on verra la suite à donner. Merci bien.
Très bien, merci monsieur le directeur représentant du Burkina Faso. Merci pour tes gentils mots et tous nos courages pour le nouveau DG également et pour celui qui vient de relever, notre collègue qui vient de relever. Oui, il y a le Rwanda qui souhaiterait prendre la parole.
Moi, je vais surtout remercier le président. Au fait, ce conseil me semble assez spécial. On a souvent été un petit groupe et aujourd'hui, pour avoir mobilisé autant des frères et compatriotes, c'est vraiment une bonne initiative qu'on pense que peut-être à l'avenir, le secrétaire pourrait y penser. Et au fait, la réunion m'a semblé plus vivante que celle qu'on a souvent eue au niveau de Ataf. Et à mon avis, c'est parce qu'il y a maintenant plus de représentants. Et on souhaite aussi que les autres qui ne sont pas encore membres d'Ataf soient plus engagés à l'avenir et également qu'ils soient membres comme définitivement. Parce que nous, on pense qu'on a plus à recevoir d'Ataf et à demander, d'ailleurs, parce que c'est notre organisation et on connaît nos problèmes et donc Ataf est plus approprié à pouvoir nous donner quelques supports ou quelques renforts qu'on souhaite. Ça ne nous empêche pas d'être partie d'autres organisations, mais quand même en matière de fiscalité, on pense qu'Ataf est la seule autorité aujourd'hui pour ceux qui sont membres à pouvoir nous aider effectivement. Et donc, je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président, pour la réunion d'aujourd'hui, pour ce conseil qui a eu beaucoup d'innovations par la mobilisation des autres membres, des autres taxes administrations de la région. Et On a beaucoup parlé français aujourd'hui, d'habitude on parle seulement anglais, et donc ça fait aussi quand même une différence. Je vous remercie.
Ça c'est vrai. D'habitude, moi je mettais plus que Logan. Aujourd'hui, Logan m'a mis plus que moi, ça fait une différence. Donc merci, vraiment infiniment merci. Et je pense qu'il n'y a plus de...
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to take the opportunity to add on to what my brother Pascal has said in appreciating you in conducting today's session. Being my first time to attend this physical Ataf engagement, it's been exciting, and to thank the Secretariat, but also to emphasize the fact that the solution for Africa's problems must come from within, and therefore Ataf offers us a very good opportunity where we put our heads together to come up with a common position on the challenges we face. There is no way Africa will develop and get out of the current economic challenges that we are facing today without efficiently collecting revenue. So we treasure this platform of Ataf. We know what it means for us to move forward as a continent. And therefore, among the candidates to consider for hosting Ataf, Uganda is available. Thank you so much.
Mais le Rwanda ne s'est pas prononcé par rapport à ça. Peut-être que le Rwanda et le Burundi vont faire comme nous et le Niger. Oui, oui. Ah bon? Ok, très bien. Ok, donc on va s'acheminer vers la fin de cette section de conseil de la TAF. Tous nos sincères remerciements, hein. D'abord aux membres du conseil qui ont accepté et bien voulu faire le déplacement de Lomé et pour leur riche contribution au débat de ce jour. Également aux membres qui sont connectés de loin, qui ont participé aux travaux et qui ont largement contribué aux travaux ici. Nos remerciements spéciaux aux invités spéciaux ici présents. Ils se reconnaîtront. J'ai nommé M. Nami, président des revenus intérieurs fédéral service au Nigeria, qui est en même temps président du Commonwealth Association of Tax. Et puis notre DG de la Côte d'Ivoire, M. Ouattara et son équipe. Du Niger, le DGA et son équipe. Du Gabon, le DG est arrivé, je pense qu'il est dans et son équipe. Du Burkina Faso, du Sénégal, donc du Ghana, il devait être en route. Je crois que, tu sais, quand on est plus proche, on est plus en retard. Le Bénin aussi, hein, le Ghana est arrivé. Le Ghana est arrivé, il n'est pas encore. Le Bénin aussi devait être en route. Donc demain, on se retrouvera ensemble. S'agissant de demain, on a deux programmes importants. On a une table ronde autour de la fiscalité à 9h, suivie après d'une rencontre entre le secrétariat exécutif, le conseil et les deux de la sous-région, essentiellement pour parler des résultats de la TAF, de ses activités et surtout de ses perspectives pour la prochaine décennie. La TAF vient de faire 10 ans. Il y a des réformes en cours pour le repositionner pour les 10 prochaines années. Essentiellement autour de cela et toutes les questions qu'on souhaiterait avoir. Je pense que c'est le bon moment pour que nous puissions imprimer notre vision et notre volonté à voir comment positionner, comment voir notre organisation durant les prochaines années. Parce que toutes les améliorations qui seront proposées seront enregistrées et adoptées lors de l'Assemblée générale prochaine. Mais tout le travail se fait maintenant et c'est maintenant que nous pourrons apporter nos améliorations nécessaires. Le travail est déjà commencé, mais il n'est jamais arrêté, il n'est jamais fini, il n'est jamais parfait tant qu'il n'est pas encore adopté. Donc encore une fois, merci à chacun et chacune d'entre vous, au secrétariat de la TAF, toute son équipe, ceux qui nous ont aidés à interpréter, ceux qui nous ont aidés également à diffuser en ligne les séances d'aujourd'hui et tous ceux qui ont participé à l'organisation de ce conseil, tous nos remerciements. Merci encore et encore. À tout à l'heure, on se sépare mais on n'est pas parti. Je vous remercie à vous tous.
Ok, si le président le permet, notre déjeuner se tiendra au 28e étage, là où on avait fait le cocktail dînatoire hier. Donc vous prenez l'ascenseur, vous arrêtez au 27e étage et puis vous prenez les escaliers pour aller. Donc le déjeuner se passe au 28e étage, là où on avait fait le cocktail dînatoire hier. Donc je vous remercie. Oui, on peut aller. Les hôtels sont dehors oui, les hôtels sont disponibles, on vous orienter. Oui, bon, on vient d'épuiser le programme d'aujourd'hui. Je ne sais pas si Monsieur Roméo aura donné les précisions sur cela. C'est bon, non? C'est fini. Donc c'est fini pour aujourd'hui. C'est fini. Donc
The meeting is over for council, then tomorrow. Until tomorrow.
merci.
Recording stopped.